Find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation. Answer, yes.
The jury also awarding a total of $15 million to Depp, but $5 million in punitive damages got a big reduction from the judge.
In accordance with law, I will amend the punitive damages award to the statutory cap of $350,000 on Mr. Depp's award, okay?
Heard had countersued Depp, claiming she was defamed when his lawyer called her allegations a hoax. The jury also ruled in her favor, awarding $2 million. Heard in the courtroom for the verdict. Depp was not. In a just-released statement, he says the jury gave him his life back and that he's humbled. Heard says she's heartbroken, calling the verdict in Depp's favor a setback for other women and for the idea that violence against women should be taken seriously. President Biden says there's critical progress to address a national baby formula shortage.
There's nothing more stressful than the feeling you can't get what your child needs, or he or she needs. And it's why I've directed my administration to use every tool available to increase the supply, get more formula on shelves as quickly as possible.
This during a virtual meeting with formula makers, the administration announcing more flights of imported formula, the equivalent of more than 7 million 8-ounce bottles. But efforts to ramp up production in the U.S. also continue using the Defense Production Act. The president says that and restarting a shut-down Michigan plant take time. The 18-year-old suspect in the mass shooting at a Buffalo supermarket is indicted. He had already been charged with first-degree murder. Prosecutors not confirming reports that the new charges include domestic terrorism until tomorrow's scheduled arraignment. America is listening to Fox News.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
A new push to modernize building codes in the U.S.
The White House is announcing a national initiative to advance building codes, the rules set forth by states and communities governing how structures and roadways must be constructed from method to material. Outdated codes have cost lives, and that could be avoided. FEMA Chief Deanne Criswell.
One way we can do this together is through the adoption of modern building codes. We know that building codes save money, but more importantly, they save lives and they reduce needless suffering.
Modernized codes, they hope, would lead to more resilient infrastructure and housing, which can withstand catastrophic weather or climate change effects. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The number 2 executive at Facebook's parent company Meta is leaving. Chief Operating Officer Sheryl Sandberg just making the announcement in a Facebook post after 14 years with the company. CEO Mark Zuckerberg announcing Javier Olivan is the next Meta COO. The woman at the center of a now infamous incident at the Oscars speaks out.
Jada Pinkett Smith addressed the Oscar slap that derailed Will Smith's career. The actress dedicated the latest episode of her Facebook Watch series, Red Table Talk, to people suffering from alopecia, a hair loss disorder affecting her and millions of others. Before the episode ran, she turned her attention to Smith slapping Chris Rock after he joked about her bald head.
That these two intelligent, capable men have an opportunity to heal, talk this out, and reconcile.
She then addressed rumors surrounding the state of the couple's marriage.
Will and I are continuing to do what we have done for the last 28 years. And that's keep figuring out this thing called life together.
Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A losing day on Wall Street. The Dow down 177 points at the close. The NASDAQ down more than 86 points. The S&P down 30. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
What's for for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Parents, take advantage of FHP Health Center's Back to School Early Bird Special. Before summer gets too busy, make an appointment now to update your child's immunizations, PPD skin tests, and sports physicals. Call FHP Pediatrics. Most insurance plans accepted, including TRICARE, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. Call for an appointment. 671-646-5825. Press 1. Go to FHPGuam.com for more information. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. A 31-year-old father is charged with child abuse and family violence after he was arrested for allegedly abusing his 6-week-old infant. Clayton Smith pleaded not guilty to the charges this week in court. Now, the Post reports that the charges were initially filed as misdemeanors but were upgraded after a grand jury handed down a new indictment against Smith on May 12th. Smith was also granted his request to go off island for work. In April, the baby was brought to the Guam Memorial Hospital after bruises were seen on his stomach and the baby wouldn't stop crying. A nurse told police that the baby had bruises on his chest and lower abdomen in the shape of a handprint, and the bruising and discoloration was also seen on his lower right leg. The baby's mother told officers that she was asleep while Smith was taking his turn to watch the infant, and the mother then told Smith to leave after she noticed the injuries. The child continued to cry and then was taken to the hospital. Elsewhere in the news, several more arrests were made in connection with the weekend incident at Paseo that involved machetes and a handgun. The 3 men were allegedly armed with machetes and damaging cars. They were all located in Agana Heights on Tuesday and were arrested. The 3 were identified as 23-year-old Marcin Quintin, 23-year-old Narson Marcian, and 28-year-old Henderson Sony. All were charged with reckless conduct and disorderly conduct. Quintin and Marcian were also charged with aggravated assault, while Marcian faces additional charges of criminal mischief. According to court documents, Quintin admitted that he had a machete and chased the Chamorros with it. He said that he was at Paseo with friends drinking, friendly fighting, and having a good time. Quintin allegedly admitted that he and Marcian grabbed their machetes and ran after the man who had a shot, who fired a shot at them. Meanwhile, another individual was arrested in connection with the shooting portion of that case. 18-year-old Carrie Lee Willie was charged with possession of a firearm without a firearms identification card. Willie was alleged to have retrieved the gun used in the incident and handed it to the individual who fired off the shots into the air. 2 other individuals were previously arrested in connection with the gun portion of the incident. Both of them had turned themselves into police. We'll have more news right after this.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Governor Lulian Guerrero is getting bed rest today and is set to be recovering. The governor did post on her Facebook page saying that she's recovering from an infection that caused respiratory issues. It was just on Tuesday that the governor experienced a coughing spell and suffered shortness of breath during the debate that was being conducted by Candid News and The Point. The governor says that she's doing well and she's recovering, looking forward to getting back to the office in the next couple of days. The governor did acknowledge the delegate for agreeing to pause and end the debate which she says was a sign of good sportsmanship. And senators will meet this afternoon to vote on another set of bills, including included in the list is the time-sensitive measure authorizing the land lease agreement between the Guam Power Authority and Guam Ukudut Power. GPA has been waiting for this measure to pass so the plant construction could begin. Bill 301 was just added to the agenda on Tuesday and will be voted on today. Also to be voted on is Bill 243, which is a measure to close the intoxication loophole in Guam's sex crime law, which does not consider an individual to be mentally incapacitated if they voluntarily consume or intoxicating substance. The bill was introduced by Senator Mary Torres. The Guam Daily Post also reports lawmakers also discussed a funding measure for early voting in the primary election. It's Bill 281. A motion was made to place it into the third reading file for voting, but an objection was made, and it didn't receive enough votes to pass. And Guam PDN reports the 90-day window for the Guam legislature to address the proposed rules and regulations for the cannabis industry passed with no action from senators. That means the rules will be approved by default, despite disagreements expressed by constituents and some senators on the way the rules would govern the cannabis industry. The cannabis industry's attorney, Vanessa Williams, also says that the amendments can be made as the industry is developed. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
No, the top story is that the defamation trial is done. It's finished now, and the jury has found them both guilty of defamation.
A split decision, but it seems like he is the victor in this.
If the poop don't fit, you must acquit.
Because he gets awarded $15 million.
Right. Is that what it is?
And then he also was found liable.
Where's the thing? I'll see if I can get some. All right. So on Fox News reporting, Johnny Depp wins defamation trial against Amber Heard and is awarded $15 million worth of damages here. And might be a link to a video that I can play for you a little bit later on. It is a sweeping victory for Johnny Depp. The 7-member panel found in the actor's favor on all counts and awarded him $10 million in compensatory damages, $5 million in punitive damages. But the weird thing is they're awarding her some money as well. Was that she can pay the damages? Is that what's going on?
Is this about money? Really?
I don't know. I don't know because I haven't really been paying all that much attention.
Ray, I think I'm just going to give up on life, man.
That's what McNitch said. So we're talking to Dr. McNitch about this the other day, and he says, well, this is what's going to happen. They're going to get back together after all of this. And Mata's like, no, you can never know.
I can't take her crap.
It's what an amazing morning this is going to be. Is this the signal for all of what Dr. McNitch also referred to several times? It's kind of uncomfortable to hear him keep referring to cuckolded husbands out there. It's weird. But is this going to be the opportunity now for all of the guys to come out and finally say, yes, I've been emotionally and physically abused by my woman? And I'll just hang out over at the bar over at Carabao and just, exchange war stories about just all of these, this victim. And you can't do anything. What, are you going to hit her back? What is it?
No.
You lose boy cred now. But Johnny Depp has led the way. Who's next? Will Smith is next.
Oh, God.
Will
Yes.
Smith in the mix.
You choose his wife or Johnny's?
Oh, my gosh.
Would you choose?
There's an actual meme.
Option?
There's
death an option?
No, there's a meme about that. The meme is you take Will Smith's wife Jada because she doesn't have any hair, so she can get ready faster.
Oh,
so, hey, come on, baby, pink ball, let's go. And you're not gonna have to wait. I got to do my hair. I'm not done with my hair. You're never gonna hear that from her until she's done with the alpaca, whatever thing that she's got.
The alpaca.
It's one of these new age drama sicknesses. Until there's a ribbon for it, I'm not paying attention.
It's not actually new, but
isn't it?
No.
How long is it? I don't know anybody that's ever had it before. People, they say, I got a peanut allergy. When did that happen?
It's not an allergy. I do know people who've had it, or who have it still.
Who? Do they wear wigs?
Yes,
Okay.
It is
all right. I better stop now because she's going to tell me during the break who it is, and I'm going to go, no way.
Someone's going to come slap you here.
If it takes your wife's name out of my mouth. Isolated showers are in the forecast today. I got partly sunny skies with highs near 88 degrees. Light east-northeast winds becoming east-southeast 5 to 10 miles an hour in the morning. Maybe I ought to put up the weather map so you can see what's going on. Or I can put up pictures from Pirates Cove. Let's do Pirates Cove. We got the early sunrise going on over there. Isolated showers are in the forecast. partly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows about 78 degrees. Winds east 5 to 9 miles an hour, becoming light. Tomorrow, which is Friday, according to Sarita Garin, scattered showers, partly sunny skies. Highs near 87 degrees. East-southeast winds about 6 miles an hour. Tomorrow night, scattered showers and thunderstorms. Oh, yeah, whatever with the scattered showers and thunderstorms. They said that yesterday. I got a blurb yesterday. So I'm sitting around the house, actually outside the house, because it was cooler outside than it was inside. And I got this thing from my weather gizmo, and it said, hey, it's going to rain in your area in about 40 minutes. And I said, great. So I'll time it so that I'll go running when it says that the rain is going to come. So I'm sitting there. I got my running gear on. I got my water belt and everything ready to go. And then I drove over to Teats, and I'm going, this is going to be great. I'm going to hit it, and there's going to be rain falling on me. It'll be a nice, cool, crisp afternoon run.
But no.
Weather gods here not smiling on us. We've got more hot days ahead. Heat index today is going to feel like 98 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 5:53, and we're looking at sunset tonight about 6:45. As I say, hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 and almost 68 years.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Yeah, others put branches, we eat fruits. 6:17 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines. It's Carl Meyer and all of his friends, Charlie Hermosa, etc. Local presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. I'm sure that somewhere out there, Kim was up early, looking out yonder at the horizon when the gray line hit. And I don't know why they call it gray line, because this morning the pictures that I'm seeing on the crew here, the pandemic pew pew, whatever, that crew, beautiful, gorgeous red sunrise this morning. I think Dennis posted that picture. At any rate, so Kim's out there taking a look at the horizon while thinking about all the incredible work that they do over at Security Title, making sure that when you're buying and selling a piece of property, there are no blemishes on the title. That's what it's all about at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
To look up the thing. This is National Bubba Day. Hey, Bubba. Trying to think if I know anybody that I actually call Bubba. Bubba, they say it's National Bubba Day is a day to we recognize, and they do it apparently every year on June the 2nd. Each year recognizes all those we lovingly. I'm getting a loo. I think I got a loo in my throat. What? Easy now. Monica's like, stop it. What? It's a joke. Anyway, so now June 2nd, every year recognizes all those we lovingly call Bubba in our lives. The name may come from the way young children try to shorten the word brother, often used as an affectionate nickname for a brother. Many close family friends use the name Bubba as a term of endearment. Through the years, you may have met many Bubbas, or maybe you only know one. Those who use the term Bubba often use it with people they hold close to their heart, or even in highest regard. Are there any famous Bubbas out there? Bill Bubba Clinton. Apparently he was a Bubba. American president, elected the 42nd president of the United States. David Brooks Jr., the American saxophonist, played professional jazz music across blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's boring now. But happy Bubba Day to you, whoever you are. If you are a Bubba out there or if you're somebody's brother, hey, I'm somebody's brother. Happy National Bubba Day to you, and welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you Thursday morning. And golly, it just feels like all of a sudden there's a lot to talk about. Get McNinch on the phone. We're going to need his masterful, recitations. He actually wrote about it. It's in today's Guam Daily Post. I'm serious.
I think he's sleeping, man.
No, he doesn't sleep. He doesn't. No, the guy. He
doesn't sleep.
Yeah. He's an academic vampire here. Depp versus Heard is civil equivalent of the Simpson trial, says Ron McNinch. Page 19 of today's Guam Daily Post. And
right, man.
on the morning that this is published in the Guam Daily Post, all of a sudden there's the word that comes out from the guys that are covering the trial that it is all over the defamation. He won the defamation trial.
Puff your chest out, man. Puff out that chest.
Exactly. So congratulations for all of you Team Johnny people, and I'm sure that there's a bunch of weird pervo guys that were crazy about Amber Heard in a certain kind of cuckoldy way, but to each his own. It's 2022. We'll go ahead and be tolerant of whatever position you happen to be taking here this morning. At any rate, 621. Real Joe gets the phone when you call. 888-8255-888-TALK is the number. The meme machine is online and working here this morning. I got pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove. What else do we got here? What are we writing? I get somebody chiming in about his candidate, but I cannot read the sign that you sent me, bro. Nick Perlowski sending me somebody. Gemma Bustamante with sunset pictures from last night. All right, there's some groovy stuff going on. I missed the sunset. I was busy, deep in conversation with Jim Bonanno. Last night, and it occurred to me. Family. Yeah, it occurred to me at some point I need to go outside and take a look and see if there was anything going on. As a matter of fact, there really wasn't. But we'll make our way through this. This from Rico Blanco this morning, and a note, this was one of the first places that we saw it in Fandom Wire. A verdict has been reached. What do you guys think? Johnny Depp wins defamation lawsuit and is awarded $15 million in compensation and punitive damages. Amber Heard is awarded $2 million in punitive damage. Now, I don't understand how these split decisions can come out. You would think it would be either or, not both, but we'll get some mustache wisdom.
Yeah.
Tell them we're calling about something else, because I got a few. Because if you call Klitsky and say, yeah, Ray wants to talk to you about the Depp Heard trial, I can see him going, oh my God. Isn't there anybody else he can call about this? Tell me. That's what Klitsky will say. Klitsky will say, call McNinch.
Yeah.
But I want to know about the split thing. He is also on the front page. And that is Bob Klitsky is mentioned on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post as well. Uniquely Guam policies at risk if the insular cases are overturned. There's a whole lot that has been said about the insular cases over the years, and it looks like there's going to be more. And this is the part that gets all the Bavakwas and everybody all crazy. Rooted in offensive racial stereotypes, retired federal and local judges from Puerto Rico, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands argue that the Supreme Court should overrule the insular cases because they are, quote, rooted in offensive racial stereotypes and based on their experience are unworkable in application. That a quote from Equally Americans release. But it says here, also in the same story, the insular cases have a positive side that will be lost if they're struck down, according to Bob Klitsky, a former judge and senator who now hosts a weekday afternoon talk show.
Oh, wow. Did they say the name of the talk show?
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
No. Did they say the name of the radio station? Oh, no. There's another story in one of the newspapers about Lulian Guerrero getting sick in a debate that doesn't say anything about Candid or The Point. But that's page 4. That's page 4. They mentioned the debate, but they don't say, who the people that put the debate on.
They're doing great work.
I'm just being pissy about this. It's I don't know why. It just seems like they're small minds. But then page 8, there's a story about some of the things that were their actual coverage of the debate. And somebody over at the Post actually watched 2 or 3 minutes of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And mentioned Candid and the Point. So I'm pissy on page 4, but I'm okay on page 8. You know what I mean? By the time I get there, 6:24 in the morning, and there's a whole lot else that was making me crazy. I posted this on Facebook last night because I got a blurb here from my Neighborhood Watch dude, and the Neighborhood Watch says that 5 of the 6 people involved in the Paseo Machete/gun incident have been released on personal recognizance. One of the cases was dismissed entirely.
Pillars of the community.
Must be. These are folks. And virtually all of them are known to the cops. They've been through the criminal justice. Some of them have pending cases on them and should not A, have been out. Period. And B, messing around with guns or machetes. But that's that. What do we say here? Welcome to Lose Guam. This is it. Now some people would say, "Come on, man, that's unfair. That's God. That's all Attorney General's office. That's all prosecutor's office." And I'm saying that Lou needs to call the prosecutor's office at the Attorney General's and say, "What the hell is going on? I'm trying to win re-election here." And among the things that have got people freaked out is that Guam is not a safe place. What are you guys doing down there? Having the cops bring these guys in, and you're letting them out. You and the judges are letting these guys out. What the heck is going on? So if you're wondering if Guam is a safer place today because there have been arrests made, sorry, you're wrong, because they have been arrested, and just like every other thug that we've got in town, they go through a revolving door. Don't even slow down around the court. I'll bet these guys don't stop the car. Just leave it in the parking lot in idle. I'll be right back. I just need to go in there, talk to the prosecutor, talk to an attorney, talk to the judge. I'll be right back. Don't touch the radio. That's my favorite station. I swear to God. If you all know. I can just see these guys, going through that process over at the court, knowing that they're going to be out. Anyway, other news and stuff we'll get with Monte Silva Tyrant is going to be taking care of all of those kinds of things as the program moves along here this morning. Now the thing that Mon and I were talking about, we both, as we come in this morning, go, "What? I'm tired. What is it? Why am I so tired? What's going on here? Is it now? What does it have to do with?" And she checked biorhythms. Do you know what biorhythms are?
I know my cycles, Ray.
Okay. Thanks. I'm glad to hear that. All right. So she checked her biorhythms. What was the story on yours?
Oh, I'm very low physical, but my emotional and my intellectual is high, which is good. It's just I'm so tired.
Yeah, it's just whatever. It has nothing to do with the actual biorhythms. I'm just tired. Okay, so we've got my biorhythms up on the screen here. Now, for those of you that are curious about it, this is a widely held. Many people believe airlines back in the 70s would take a look at it, and if their pilots weren't peaking on their cycles, they'd say, "Well, maybe you shouldn't fly the airplane today." But anyway, so here it is. That what you can see from mine is that I am on an emotional down part of the cycle. I'm headed down on the emotional side, and according to this, June 10th should be the lowest day of my emotional cycle.
We'll be here for you.
So yes, that's the day.
Either that or Joe and I are going to leave.
What is that?
Let's go get Manny's
What
and
is that,
Teddy's.
next Friday?
So that is your emotional stability, feeling,
Right.
intuition, mood, susceptibility, creativity, and
So I don't make any friends on that day. But everybody, if you want to love me up,
or look for friends that will support you and be there for you, carry you through.
I'm going to cope hard. That's the thing. June 10th will be my cope hard day. I'm going to write it down in my
But see, you know what?
my diary.
The good thing is you're physically high at the same time, so you could run it off.
Right. So I'm looking at I'm physically. I should be physically good and intellectually on an upstroke as well. So I'm worried about this. It might be people going, "Oh, we ought to be able to track this now that we've seen the start on this, so we can tell when Ray is in an emotionally good state or is it just intellectually dumb state."
Or
and it looks
if your spouse is kind of crabby, just check their biorhythm. Oh, that's
and then
why.
you need a wine.
That's why you wordled in 5.
I wordled in 4 today. Thank you very much. Right. I was going to wordle in 3, but it had a W. it's got a W in it today. You know,
that's
just
tough, man.
weird kind of.
So around the 10th, you're going to wordle in one.
Would hope so. I would hope so. Well, that means I've got to have a great start word here.
Just test the theory here.
Today's start word is water. It didn't help me all that much. 6:29 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Who we got hanging out with us? Are there people? Do we have Wordle in 2 people here? Maybe.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
I'm going to start on the YouTube side because I get a feeling every once in a while if I don't say James Howard, who's your Big Daddy 06, and Kitsutsu in Japan, they'll get bored with the process. But all those guys are hanging out on the YouTube side. Kitsutsu in Japan says it's 126.9 to the dollar. Did some exchange there yesterday. Thanks very much for the update. Who's your Big Daddy 06? Online, Lonnie Salas hanging out with the bad boys over there. I don't know what he's referring to, but Kitsutsu in Japan says Mana is right. You know, that's
I like it when people say that.
It's a universal truth.
I don't know what I'm right about, but I agree.
You can say that just about any time you want to. She will need to ask Elon Musk for money to pay debt. And Elon Musk actually was actually featured in the trial at some point.
Oh yeah, he hit that.
Testified.
He hit that.
No, he didn't testify.
Oh, but he hit that. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's the baby daddy.
What do we got?
Or the donor.
Somebody online here. I'm not sure who it is. There it is. Kitsutsu in Japan says Depp needs to date his hot attorney. And I'm going, wait a second, hold on. What about the rest of us bachelors? Do we?
Si, senor.
Is there a possibility? Is there a local version of Depp's hot attorney? Do you suppose?
I do believe there
is there somebody out there?
Man.
Is a doppelganger?
Not in the AG's office.
What's that?
Not in the AG's office.
There's nobody apparently in the AG's office. They got like one guy that's out there that's prosecuting everything. And just as far as we're concerned, we're just going to let everybody go here. All right, on the Facebook side here, Sarita Garin comes in at number 1. According to the app of record here today, she says, here we go, Gemma Bustamante online there, Rico B., Anthony Bennett, Lohan Duenas, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Oh, just bring back the sunshine.
Nestled deep in the top 9. Now, I don't know if he's coming in here this morning. I think it's just going to be Regina and hot Japanese influencers is what they're called. A bunch of people. They got a bunch of followers on Facebook, and by way of number one, keeping me entertained and engaged in the hospitality process. They've said maybe we'll bring them by the radio station, have them meet the guy that talks about GVB a whole lot. And okay, that's a good idea. So that's going to be happening. I don't know, 8:40 or something like that this morning. Minami Ijima supposed to be in at 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's going to be talking about triathlon stuff and working with. I think it's Michelob Ultra, etc. But there's a story here from the running community. I don't know how I've missed it, but I've missed it. It's in Runner's World, but I can't get to it because I'm not a member of Runner's World Plus. And I don't think I'm going to try to become one. I have been a Runner's World subscriber for, I don't know, a dozen years or something like that. But it occurs to me now that they've gotten like way too woke. Look, it's running. It's right, left, fast, slow. That's really the. And tell me what kind of shoes to wear, and what kind of water bottle hydration system has less bounce than anything else, right? But now they want to engage in all kinds of social justice nonsense. But anyway, so I'm not going to subscribe to them just to get this story for you. It is a story though about an ultra runner, Dylan Kitigwa. Have you heard the name?
No, the name sounds familiar.
Dylan Kitigwa. What's Kitigwa? Yeah. Aims to empower Pacific Islanders, that would be us, through his sport. Now, empower Pacific Islanders, like I said, this Runner's World. I'm sure they're going to throw something in there about Magellan and the Japanese and Americans, stealing land and whatever. But yeah, but it's not in the headline. That's all I have here. He completed a 100-mile fastest known time around Guam and the first ever century distance route in the Mariana Islands.
Sounds like a challenge to me, Ray.
It does, but I'm kind of curious as to what that route was for him to get 100 miles. Now, you're a biker. They do centuries, right?
Yeah.
So how's that work? What is that? You start at Paseo and go all the way around. You go route 1 to 2, and then 2 all the way up to Anderson or whatever.
Matic.
And then back down. I don't know what the route is, but I'm kind of curious as to, number one, what the route was. Number two, what his time was. So if you know Dylan Kitigua, tell him to call 888-8255 so that we can get caught up on stuff. All right, so who else is playing around? Former Governor Carl T.C., the Dennis Benzer. I got Jose Tepahago Jr., John Ray Taitano, Pam Duvall, the hot sister of the program, Colin Clark saying good morning to everybody, Chech Uggan, Brad Wood is there, Marla Carbazidu. Who else is playing around? See here, Lucia Fleming Wood. That would be the wife of Brad Wood. And you're going to go, how come they listen on separate accounts? Because it's just one of those things. Happy wife, happy life. Lonnie Salas saying, good morning, Point family. It's off a Thursday. Lonnie, you're in both of the rooms here this morning. All right. That's groovy. That's cool. Chris Malencia, buenas and havade to Mark and Francis Ismail. Ismail Velez says, the left wants to push an agenda of restricting firearm access to males under the age of 25. A third of all active duty military is under 25. Members of the sheriff's office start at 19 and police at 21. The agenda weakens our country. There's we trying to sort out gun control in a place that should be mental health control. And the lefties just are never, ever, ever, ever going to get it. Jolene Seguenza online here this morning. There's Lena McDaniel and Gerald Young. Sarita says, one more day, folks. Tomorrow is Friday, y'all. Armando Dominguez saying, good morning, Guam. And the point, there's Anna Marie. My bro, Renee Lau online here. Good morning to 93.3. What drama with Johnny Boy and Texan Amber? Absolutely. Gigo Jarhead, Brennan Fausto hanging out with us. There's Dan Rasal and Jane Nauta. Senator Jesse Anderson Lohan online.
Reba, the body.
Reba, Greg Fausto Duenas, Amber 2 million, Depp 15 million. John Ray Taitano, Kennedy Robinson, Jess Paris, Judy Shockley. Good morning to you. Eunice Mendiola, Chech Uggan. Good morning to let me see. James Howard's also mingling on this side. Frank Muffness. I see Mark Cruz doing his wave here.
Morning, Mark.
Good to have you online. Alan Balb, and hey, there's Jesse Ninetti Aurelio. Jay Nauta, like I said, Striker Vij Gomez. Love that name still. And there's Senator Frank Meno.
Biba, Bunker.
Is it too early for Bunker?
No, Biba.
So why wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell trial televised? Oh, there we go. You know, what's the deal?
Never heard of her, Ray.
Found guilty of treating older men to much younger women, but they haven't actually said who any of these older guys were. You'd think that there would be, I don't know, a list, but she's still alive, and I think that's the important thing. CNMI taxpayers to receive $500. Harvey Egna.
Viva, Harvey.
Yeah.
Hey,
Soon to be Senator Harvey Egna, noting that in the CNMI, there's a conversation about another round of $500 stimmy going on up there. When's ours? As I said yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, is, hey, don't sweat yourself carrying those bags of money over to the Department of Administration so they can cut checks for the taxpayers. We got Juanita Machi is there. Mitchell Prashado, good morning to Heather Paris. I see James Howard again, Chris, Lonnie, Harvey, Nick Perlosky. Okay, Joy and Pinko. This is what happens when everybody starts talking to each other early in the morning. It's crowding out all the new names.
Talkative.
Like Felix Bamba is there. Hey, Joe Cruz, the real Joe Cruz online.
Hey, morning.
Danny F. Guerrero, Mark and Francis Ishmael, MT Farron, Buenas and Hafide to JBSN, that's John Barcinas, St. Nicholas, Junior Rebanal, Drew Tenorio, Tony Uggan says alopecia, pronounced alopecia. Amber has alopecia. See, I'm not the funniest guy in the room. My musician classmate, Nolly Laurenti, online. Let me see. Starting Wednesday, according to Jerome, new restrictions go into effect for millions of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power Metro Water District customers, including limiting outdoor watering. They're at that. Apparently, it's the line. It never rains in Southern California.
Wash your cars, everybody.
Yeah, just you know what?
Get out there.
Defy
Sprinklers and
just
everything.
Defy. See,
Slip and slide.
Yeah, they're coming for your guns and your water in California.
Man.
What's going on? Mike Grace Bloss is Debbie Downer. Hey, there's Trina San Augustin online. Joanne Titano. Tony Uggan talking about edible underwear made of cannabis looking for investors. Scott Armstrong. Bob and Connie Bartonico, who you can see in the front page of today's Guam Daily News. Sorry, PDN.
Good morning.
PDN. I just had one of those senior moments. The Guam Daily News. There's a Pacific Daily News. There's Bob and Connie standing next to Caitlin Bartonico, who was receiving a gas coupon from the Department of Public Health and Social Services after completing her observation period during a vaccination clinic conducted at the agency's Northern Region Community Health Center yesterday. And the question is, where are we going? Now you got money. Now you got money for gas. Where are you taking us? Come on, I'm trying to carpool as many places as possible.
Fundraiser.
That's right. Colin Clark. Colin says my pregnant wife is all over the place. I'm being emotionally abused. Oliver,
check your biorhythms, dude.
Yeah, you're just going. I hope that goes away once the baby pops out, so you can go back to being the same person every day instead of just this raging bag of hormones. Jose Tetpago, Pam Duvall. Saying just for you, Ray, justice prevailed for Johnny Depp, Luke S. and Angel, Johnny Atulai, Taitano, Buenos Gen Hoffaday. Let's go fishing, Brett. Leslie Ann, Sir Nicholas. Let me see here. I want to see if I got some new names because I'm looking at the clock as well, and we're moving heavily into the 7 o'clock hour. Ponch Snook, Henry Menglotnia is there. I got Randy Landis, teacher Ronnie Dionaldo, enjoying summer. She's posting just about every day. And my favorite poster, the one where it's like her and the girl over at the swimming pool because, bikinis and one pieces, and then the other ones is drinks. There's some exotic cocktails out there that you and I have not had a chance to try. There, Peter Santos online. Is he going after Mike on this? True story.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Biba. I had an NCO named Sergeant Smallwood. He had a soldier named Specialist Hung. There was always tension. I'll leave that to him. Wow. Thank you. Listening to Ray. Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities online here
Morning,
this morning.
Uncle Si.
Are you back is the question. Real Joe and I having a debate on.
Do you ever want to come back?
There's a whole, they're traveling around in the States and you just go, I could almost trade all the craziness for Guam for the craziness here because my dollar goes a lot further unless we're talking about gasoline. $6.41. Do I give you the bad news now about Tapas? Even Ken Brown in California, he's not paying attention to what the gas is in California. He's watching to see what happens on Guam. Tapas crude today, $128 and a nickel. For a barrel of Tapas crude. That's up $3.56. This thing, Tapas has been going up in jumps. It's a couple of bucks here, $3.50 there, $3.50 in another day, and still $6.19 for a gallon of gas over at the Shell that I got the newspaper at this morning. Brace, brace, brace. It's not here, but it's coming. 6:42 in the morning. News is coming. Mana Silva Tyron with a look at all the big news and headlines and maybe your biorhythms here this morning. Mana, what happened?
Well, 4 more arrests were made in connection with the weekend incident at Paseo that involved machetes and handguns. 3 men were allegedly armed with machetes and damaging cars. They were all located in Agana Heights, and 1 more man charged in connection with the gun portion of that incident. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerrero is getting some bed rest and is said to be recovering. She's looking forward to going back to the office in the next couple of days. She posted on her Facebook page saying that she's recovering from an infection that caused respiratory issues. You might recall she was participating in the other night's debate when she ran into some coughing issues. Senators will meet this afternoon to vote on another set of bills. One that will be voted on allows for the land lease of the new power plant. Then another bill deals with the Guam sex law. Senators didn't move forward, though, on a bill that would fund the early voting for the primary election. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Cheryl Achai online. Simon Sanchez writing in $6.22, but doesn't say where's it? No, because it's $6.19 now.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, 622 would be too small of a jump given the percentage that Tapas has increased in just the last week. So, I don't know. Gas prices. Okay. It says gas prices in San Francisco for regular are $6.22. So, closing in on Guam. That sounds low. for San Francisco.
Actually, it does, Ray.
Did they drop their liquid fuels taxes out there? If they, like, as New York has done, and as we can't seem to come to some kind of a conclusion here on Guam to do, can we drop this while there's still time for it to make a difference to people that are putting gas in their car today? 6:44 in the morning. You got the Ray Gibson Show all lined up. Do me a favor, hit the like and share button. Definitely hit the share button if you can. Got a growing audience here at the radio station, and it grows organically. We don't buy likes, we don't buy followers, we don't buy shares, any of that stuff. If you like what you are listening to here this morning, do me a favor on whatever it is that you're listening on or watching on. There's a button. Hit the share button and make sure that your friends and family, wherever they are on the planet, are going, yeah, you know what? There is something about that program. It's habit forming. It's almost addictive. People refer to getting their point fix in the morning. I'm your pushing man. And I'm going to be pushing some traffic around here in just a second. 6:45.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
6:46. Yeah, I'm sitting in between a couple of big shots in the business world last night. It's kind of crazy, talking about all kinds of stuff, and then the conversation turned to the Depp Heard trial, and I'm sitting there going, really, you guys? But between the two of you, multi-million-dollar companies here on Guam, and that's what's waking you up in the morning is an opportunity to watch the Depp Heard thing. But I learned a couple of things about the trial, as I always do. 6:47 right now. We'll take a look at what's happening on your roadways. It's early enough, so there's probably not going to be a whole lot happening this early in the morning. Late yesterday, though, boy, dogging out traffic over at Payless. Nothing happening up at the north end of town, or Jigo Anderson Air Force Base, all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3, running fairly clear. As you can see on the traffic Gizmo, southbound Marine Corps Drive, a little bit busy before you get to the Micronesia Mall intersection, but after that, everything is running clear. Central traffic, that is Barragata area, Telempago, Ordot, Sinhanya, etc. Everything is running clear. Looks like a little bit of business over at the intersection of 8, 10, and 16. 10 and 15 looking good. I saw a blurb here, speaking of 10 and 15, blurb for the Mangilao Municipal Planning Council, and they are already, I think, under new business, putting together the plan for the their festival, which is coming up in December. Do you remember what Mangilao's festival is?
Bilimbinis.
What's that?
Bilimbinis?
Bininganis. It's the Bininganis Festival? I don't think so. It's the Pepper Festival that they got going on there. Southbound traffic all the way down to Sumai and Navy is looking pretty clear here at 6:48.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closing down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Moving fast here this morning, 10 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show. We've got Mustache Wisdom right about now. Is he on too? Is that where I'm going?
Roger that. Sorry.
Roger that. You got
everything is
playing at
wow,
once.
I don't know what happened, man.
The most noise at any one particular time on
He's
the radio.
line 2, Judge Klitsky.
Judge Klitsky, Your Honor, the host of Tall Tales here and quoted in today's Guam Daily Post. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ray.
Oh, always a delight to talk with you. First off, the Depp Heard trial. I know you're thinking, can't you talk to McNitch about something as dumb as the Depp Heard trial? Don't worry, he's on line 1. I'll get to him in just a second. But apparently some kind of a split decision on this where they are both found guilty of defamation. What's your read on that, Your Honor?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what I read about the Depp Heard trial this morning, Ray, but I don't like dead air.
So you
I can tell you a little bit about the law concerning judgments in tort cases, and it depends on whether the jurisdiction that in which the court was located is a comparative negligence state or a contributory negligence state, even though negligence isn't at issue. If we're talking about the contributory tortfeasor doctrine, if both parties in their interaction harm the other, then nobody wins, because if it's a contributory negligent jurisdiction. Each party is wrong, and the court doesn't sort out the equities between two wrongdoers. If it's a comparative negligence jurisdiction, then the verdict would be proportionate to the percentage of harm caused by either one of the parties. I know that's hard to follow.
No. Actually, you've explained it completely well, to at least in my mind. So in this case, it sounds like it's a contributory state where Depp is guilty to a certain degree. She is more guilty based on the preponderance of evidence and testimony. So we're going to nick her for this much, but we're only going to nick Depp for this much.
Well, if it were contributory, neither one would recover.
I'm sorry.
If it's comparative, then the least guilty party recovers with a set-off against the award to the least guilty party in the amount of harm caused to the guilty party.
All right, and that's quite enough about Depp and Heard. We'll get to McNitch's thoughts on that in a second. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post, they're quoting you again on our uniquely Guam policies, which would be at risk if the insular cases are overturned. And again, they're using that inflammatory and provocative language rooted in offensive racial stereotypes. And I think you have on many occasions on the Tall Tales program referred to what people think are offensive racial stereotypes, and they are not being used in the proper context when they describe the insular cases.
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you where this offensive racial stereotype thing has probably got its genesis, and that's from a university professor named Ann Paris-Satori, who did a cameo appearance on a show called Last Week Tonight.
Yes.
Hosted by John Oliver. Probably everybody on the island has seen it. And this is what she said. The United States flag is flying over these lands, so some people said, well, doesn't that mean that American laws apply? In 1901, the insular cases, basically the judgment of the Supreme Court, the new territories were inhabited by alien, quote, alien races, and they may not be able to understand Anglo-Saxon laws. Therefore, the Constitution doesn't have to apply. Now, for a university professor, if someone in her class came up with such a whopper as that, an F would have been too high a grade. Because it's just dead wrong. First of all, the judgment or the decision of the Supreme Court in Downs, which is the case that people really are talking about when they talk about the insular cases, because 9 cases were decided on the same day in 1901. Downs versus Bidwell being the one that actually set the rule that everyone is talking about. But first of all, she got that wrong, and then the Supreme Court didn't say that. She can't even copy properly. And that's not the reason that the Constitution doesn't apply ex proprio vigere in the newly acquired islands. So, but you know, it's a classic case of what a guy named Lind said. It's much easier to get people to believe a lie they've heard many, many times than the truth they've heard for the first time. So you keep saying the same thing over and over again, and you get to the everybody knows point.
Mm-hmm.
Tina Rose Munia Barnes and former Governor Gutierrez and Kaleo Moylan, and everybody knows that the insular cases are rooted in racism. And that's just wrong. The Downs is a commercial case dealing with the importation of bananas from Puerto Rico to the port of New York. Downs was the importer. Bidwell was the collector of customs. And it's got absolutely nothing to do with race. Now, in 1901, there were certainly people in the United States who had improper racist attitudes. In 2022, the same is also true.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you read that into the Supreme Court decision. So there's a lot of sophistry that goes on here.
Well, I'm a little bit annoyed that they chose not to include statements like the one that you just made in the article, because I think there needs to be a strong repudiation of these racial, stereotypical, and offensive and provocative statements that don't line up with the facts. The fact is that, and this is a correct quote, is Guam specifically could lose its duty-free status, the revenue from income taxes for military personnel, Section 30 money, and federal employees, a visa waiver program tailored just for the island. All of those things could go away if the insular cases are overturned.
Absolutely, not to mention our mirror image income tax situation. So if the Supreme Court said, we made a mistake in Downs, we hereby overrule Downs and rule that the uniformity clauses apply to all of the islands acquired after the Spanish-American War, we'd be filing our 1040s in Washington, not here.
Well, what would happen to the local taxes?
We would get from the taxes we would not get. So we would have to chop our government way, way down or raise income tax to the confiscatory level. It would be a horrible disaster if the insular cases were overruled. But, you know, everybody knows they're racist, and I'm not a racist, so therefore Kaleo and the former governor and everybody has to Tina have to climb on this bandwagon that says insular case is bad.
Gotcha. Well, like I said, I wish they'd have written more of that into the article. Do you know if there's going to be a follow-up?
I hope so. And one more thing I wanted to mention,
sure.
Ray. You know, this in the year 2022, if you can't use the word racism in your argument, you might as well shut up because no one will pay attention to you.
It sure feels like that. That or homophobia or misogyny or whatever it is. It's a tough time.
Neil Weir has fallen into that same mold. There was an article, a release that he sent out. I got a hold of it. And there's a graph in there, and one of the points he makes that 98% of the people who live in the territories are people of color. And he shows a graph, including Puerto Rico. Now, that's an interesting figure. 98% of the people in Puerto Rico are people of color, when 80% of the people who actually live in Puerto Rico identify as white. So we're not only doing violence to the law, we can't even do the math.
Well, you know, white is a color. I'm going to just throw that out there here. And we all bleed red when we're cut. 6:58 and change, Your Honor. Thanks very much for the time. Thanks, as usual, for the elucidation and the education here this morning. A hug and a kiss to Auntie Lou.
Okay. Okay, Ray.
I appreciate it. 888-8255. Just enough time to bring in Dr. Ron McNinch to talk about this. We're going to go late into the news. Their top story is the Depp Heard trial. And with his instant on-the-spot analysis, Dr. Ron McNinch.
Hey, half a day, Ray. Half a day, Guam.
What do you think?
Well, first, I agree 100% with Judge Klitsky on the insular cases. I think that lots of people just totally miss the point that if we've got an issue, we go to Congress. And that's what the insular cases say. That's all they say. If you have an issue, go to Congress. And that's the reality. But anyway, that's my first point.
Appreciate it.
But on the Depp issue, nobody won. You know, while they found for Johnny and they found for her, they both destroyed themselves. You know, they both dragged their whole life into court, and what do they get from it?
Well, you know, I think for people at that level of celebrity, there is no such thing as bad news. Their names have been in the headlines. People have been talking. We're talking about them on Guam. And these people are the definition of attention whores. So it seems to me that at that level, they're completely satisfied with the outcome.
Fair point. I think that, in fact, that might have been the whole purpose of the entire trial.
Mm-hmm.
This was great media for them, maybe from their skewed view.
I mean, we can hardly wait for the next Johnny Depp movie now. And people are getting together and saying, you know, what great character is he going to play in the next movie? How much of what's happened to him in his personal life and how much of what we learned in the trial are going to come up, and how much of that is going to be infused, if you will, in the next big Johnny Depp joint.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone will ever look at him the same, or think about him in the same way. Or in my view, I think it probably he took a hit somehow on this, and so did Amber Heard. But in a way, nobody even.
Well, Amber Heard she's going to be a footnote on Trivial Pursuit. I think she's going to be a Trivial Pursuit answer one of these days. But Depp is a superstar, and he is now at a whole other level. People like to they cheer for the underdog, and they cheer for the guy that has been through hell and back and has the ashes to prove it. And I think that's Johnny Depp. I mean, I guarantee the guy is getting job offers now. I guarantee his agent is busy, taking messages from people that want Johnny Depp to be the star in their next movie.
Right, and I think that's very likely true also. But also, Amber Heard may have actually gotten a career benefit from this, because there is a portion who are sympathetic to her, in the what they heard.
Yeah, it's Real Joe. It's just Real Joe. Okay, I'm just I'm thinking about guys like not Johnny, but Robert Downey Jr. Right? I mean, this is a guy that had all kinds of just nonsense going on in his superstar life, was able to come back from it, and now is one of the guys in the Marvel Universe gang. Somewhere out there is that opportunity for Johnny Depp. Hey, we might want to talk about this a little bit more. It's a busy morning. We're already late for the Fox News. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Hey, sounds great.
All right, groovy. Dr. Ron McNinch into Fox News on the Point.
Here to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The Voices America trusts. Download it now.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
President Biden defending his administration's response to a baby formula shortage, blamed mainly on the shutdown of an Abbott plant in February.
The Food and Drug Administration acted quickly to bring Abbott back into compliance with safety standards, but it takes time.
He also says he didn't know at first how bad the situation was.
I became aware of this problem sometime in early April, about how intense it was. And so we did everything in our power from that point on.
The president holding a virtual meeting with formula makers today while announcing more flights of imported formula as part of Operation Fly Formula, the equivalent of more than 7 million bottles from the UK and Australia. Meet the new Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Linda Fagan, the first female service chief for any of the U.S. Armed Forces.
I look forward to the journey ahead. I'm eternally optimistic about the future of the service. You are the world's best Coast Guard. I am honored and humbled to serve alongside you as we look to the future.
President Biden was part of today's change of command ceremony, calling Fagan's career trailblazing and saying it shows there are no doors closed to women. The chicken robots are coming as a fast food chain tests a new delivery method.
Chick-fil-A is working on automated delivery with a small army of robots in pilot programs across the country as the restaurant industry continues to search for innovative ways to combat labor pressures. Tech company Refraction AI is working with the popular chicken chain at a limited number of locations in California, Texas, and Florida. The food will be delivered via a fleet of box-shaped robots on wheels, which will be transported in a locked compartment. When the robot arrives at the customer's location, a text message will provide a code to unlock the device and retrieve the goods.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. A number of other chains have tested robot delivery, including Domino's in Houston. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension System, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Happy Day, it's Kiko the Carabao. My sister Pika and I are here to share some great news for moms and dads, and kids too. New programs to help working families with child care starts April 5th, and Mom says so many more families now qualify. Visit GuamChildCare.com for more information and to apply today.
Program Penila is brought to Guam's working families by DPHSS, GIDA, Governor Lulion Guerrero, and Lieutenant Governor Justin Ori.
This ad is paid for with federal funds administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The Guam Department of Education has asked the administration at Ukudu High School to investigate a disturbing video showing some of the members of its girls' soccer team being hosed with water in the face as they do their sit-ups during training. A few of the athletes seen gasping for air in the video. The story's on the front page of the Guam Daily Post today, reporting that the superintendent, John Fernandez, raised issue with the video that he received showing the unorthodox training. The video shows 2 rows of high school girls collectively holding a construction ladder above them as they do their sit-ups in unison while they're sprayed in the face with a hose. The video shows at least 10 girls, some of them turning their heads trying to gasp for air. According to Fernandez, the parents of the students were reportedly well aware and believe that the training it was a useful method. The video was shared on social media through TikTok under the handle Hayes Farmer 671. Apparently, Fernandez says some of the athletes also said that they were in support of the training method. Meanwhile, a 31-year-old father is charged with child abuse and family violence as he was arrested for allegedly abusing his 6-week-old infant. Clayton Smith pleaded not guilty to the charges. He was initially charged with misdemeanors. However, a grand jury handed down a new indictment in May, and he is now facing increased charges. Smith was also granted his request to go off island for work. It was back in April that the baby was brought to the hospital with bruises throughout his body. A nurse told police that the baby also had bruises to his chest and lower abdomen as well as his leg. The baby's mother also reported to police that she was asleep while Smith was taking care of the infant. and told him to leave when she noticed injuries to the child's body. And at least 4 more arrests were made in connection with a weekend incident at Paseo that involved machetes and a handgun. 3 men allegedly armed with the machetes were all charged. 23-year-old Marcin Kinton, 23-year-old Narsa Marcian, and 28-year-old Hardison Sony. They were all charged with reckless conduct and disorderly conduct. A 4th individual was also arrested. He's an 18-year-old Carrie Lee Willie. He was charged with possession of a firearm without a firearms identification. 2 other men were arrested earlier this week after they turned themselves in to authorities. We'll have more news right after this.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK to Mon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way.
There continues to be a need for foster families on Guam, with still 30 children waiting in shelters who are in need of a foster home. Harvest House reporting in the Guam Daily Post that the last 18 months have seen a number of foster children, the number double to nearly 600. The increase attributed to the pandemic, to longstanding issues of poverty and substance abuse. Harvest House works on recruiting, training, and retaining foster families. Anyone who's interested in becoming a foster family can contact Harvest House or the Department of Public Health. And the governor is said to be getting bed rest today and is recovering. She hopes to get back to the office in the next couple of days. It was just on Tuesday that the governor experienced a coughing spell while she was participating in the debate with Candid News and ThePOINT. The governor says that she's doing well and recovering. She also acknowledged the delegate for agreeing to pause the debate, which was a sign of good sportsmanship. Now, senators will meet this afternoon to vote on another set of bills included in the list. One of them is the time-sensitive measure authorizing land lease agreements between the Guam Power Authority and Guam Ukudu Power. GPA had been waiting for this measure to pass so that the plant can be constructed. Bill 301 was just added to the agenda on Tuesday. It will be voted on today. Senators are expected to go back into session this afternoon. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
That's the one that will provide the leases for the construction. Okay, the power plants. Okay, good. I think that's the last of the requirements that they need from the legislature, and then we can push the button. And
they can't begin the financing of it, which was about $500 million, until they get that lease agreement.
Yeah, because nobody's going to finance on something that they don't have positive control over the property with. 7:11 in the morning. All right, here it comes. The weather. We've got the isolated showers. That's just pillow talk. It's a tease. It's not going to rain today. Partly sunny skies. Highs near 88 degrees. Light east-northeast winds becoming easterly. East-southeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour in the morning. But that's a very accurate prediction of where the winds are coming from today. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight. Lows around 78 degrees. Partly sunny tomorrow with highs near 87. But with the heat index today and tomorrow, it's going to feel like 98 hot degrees. Mostly cloudy. Lows around 78 degrees. They're predicting possibility of scattered showers and thunderstorms. But that's probably just a little bit more pillow talk as well. Sunrise this morning was at 5:53. Sunset tonight at 6:45. Hashtag tell the others. That's news and weather together. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez next on The Point.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
7:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Also, Nissan Guam, period. Just go and drive up there. Take a look around at some of the automobiles. Check out the great features that they've got. Check out all of the safety that's built into your brand new Nissan. I say your brand new Nissan because I think once you take a look around and see the cars and see the deals they're going to put together, that you are going to drive one away today. So make it a date, NissanGuam.com, and also check out the vehicles that they've got in their over 30 club. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be over 30 to drive them. It means that the vehicles in the over 30 club get better than 30 miles to the gallon. And at 620, that's serious. Check them out at Nissan today.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show front page of today's Guam Daily Post. The Okadu girls soccer training under scrutiny for their unorthodox method of training, which is in the SEAL community they call mourning.
Oh, yeah.
Look, they're
torture.
They're going to survive it. It's not. Is it hazing? Is that what it is? And then Klitsky, uniquely Guam policies at risk if the insular cases are overturned. And when we were talking to His Honor about this in the last hour, he'd mentioned a few names like Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, former Lieutenant Governor Kaleo Moylan, and former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez's name came up in that conversation as well. And now, I'm not sure to rebut the statements made by Bob Klitsky is former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Good morning, Gov.
Well, I'm not really going to rebut. I'm just going to talk on the other side of the issue of why I joined. God forbid anybody going up against bottom law, and especially on the radio, to his own peril, right?
Yes.
And I understand what Bob is saying, but I've been in the courtroom so many times. Unfortunately, it's on the defense side. And I learned the law from there, and I learned what lawyers do. Lawyers look at different laws and through different colored lenses and all that, and maybe we know what has happened with that insular cases, and I'm sure a lot of U.S. congressmen based a lot of the laws they passed over almost 100 years and 110 years that took that into consideration, that limited whatever goodies could come to Guam. I was chairman of the Guam Tax Code Commission. Bobby Torres, Justice Torres, was my legal, and we brought it all the way up to the White House and all the way to the Treasury Department, getting close to try to delink from the U.S. tax code. And then I realized we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it because people of Guam don't want double filing. They don't, might lose Section 30 money and all that stuff. So I pulled back and I stopped, right? But in this case, it's a bigger issue of using, no matter how we interpret the insular cases, our side is going to interpret it the way we would like them to interpret it and let the justices decide, who's right. And maybe the moral side of the issue would prevail, which says that even if they're not saying we're alien, but at least we can use that as an argument. So I'm hoping that if they do overturn the insular cases, how much millions and millions of dollars was denied Guam, for example? I know we might lose our Section 30 money, and we'll take a chance with that, the single filing. But how much did Guam lose because of decision made based on the insular cases that we may have lost billions of dollars? So it cuts both ways. But the issue here is a lot of people in the U.S. Congress, they have total control over in the territories clause of territories. The executive branch has no say on territories. But how many of those people based, legislation on that insular case that denied us a lot of benefits to Guam? So that's where I'm coming from. The overarching issue. I'm not going to argue whether somebody interpreted it wrong. That's not the issue. I'm not going to law class. I'm just trying to say I'm going to make you eat your words the other way. I'll stick it in the other side. And
well, how do we calculate? Under what conditions would we have received perhaps other forms of compensation? The same way that states are treated.
We don't know. You got a strong term that may have the basis decision that we really are aliens. And so and say don't give them that because they're not really real people out there. because of his misreading of the insular cases.
Right.
There's a lot of those that you can go by later on to look. But the issue here is we can't be scared of our shadow. We got to move forward. It's just it's something that maybe shakes up everything that we may even look equally to everybody else and not have that insular case on the side. I know Arnold Leibowitz, who was my counsel for the Constitutional Convention, kept going back to the insular cases to sort of deny us writing other things in the Constitution. So I knew then that it mattered. It mattered that maybe it's best you remove it, and no matter what devices our lawyers do to get it, even if they tongue-in-cheek it or lie a little bit to the left or to the right, we got to win that case. And what's wrong with them removing it? We can't be scared of our own shadow.
Well, as Senator Klitschko is his honor is stipulating here, that there are a lot of statuses that we would lose here: duty-free status, revenue, and the Section 30 monies, as you pointed out here, visa waiver programs. You more than anybody else are aware of unique situations that would allow for funds to be patriated back to the United States through Guam, wherein Guam could actually benefit from that happening. Nobody else has an opportunity to do that than Guam in this particular territory, perhaps because of those insular cases.
But I don't believe that they gave us the visa waiver because of the existence of the cases. They didn't go back and look, shall we give them the visa waiver or Section 30 because we mistreated them in the insular cases. No, it's not that. This is a proactive thing that has to be done to remove us from those benefits. If indeed the Congress wants to say, okay, you beat us on this insular case, we will now remove your Section 30, we'll remove your single filings, we will do your double, taxation, the single filing here in Guam. Those are proactive things that they have to do in Congress to be able to remove it away from us. It's not automatic.
7:20 in the morning. Last thought here, and I think one of the reasons that it is touted. I'm trying to figure out why it's touted as such. Misreading of the paperwork here. Do you consider the insular cases to be rooted in offensive racial stereotypes? Do you think that there was an overt opinion that the people here and in the other territories were nothing but savages?
Well, I'm sure that I'll tell you that Strom Thurmond will think I am. How many people were like that back then in 1901? We just got in, in 1898, 1899, and they're looking at us with our sagi and walking around naked and all that kind of stuff. That's the first thing they got in their mind, and there's don't give them this because they don't know how to handle it. That's the kind of thinking that they get from the outset, and it carried through. Everybody latched on to the fact that we, the pictures probably shown that the Smithsonian was Chamorros naked and, sitting on top of a hut. Those are the things that are imaged in their minds, and when they make legislation, says, oh, wow, I misread, and then misreading this. But, yeah, they are really savages. And these are the guys that will read it the way they want to make legislation.
And those are the ones that are making the rules for us. 7:21 in the morning. Former Governor Gutierrez, I think it'd be fun to have a sit down with you and Uncle Bob and go through all of the processes. While you are not necessarily a lawyer, you're right. You have been in court an awful lot these days. And I will also say that I appreciate the comments that you made over at the luncheon the other day about how you and Milton took a bite out of each other's food.
Hey, it wasn't good. He laughed. He laughed louder than I did.
That's the important thing. Hey, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a terrific day.
Thank you, Ray.
Hugging a kiss to Auntie Jerry, former Governor Gutierrez. He is not going to be in the studio, but other GVB folks are going to be in here a little bit later on to talk about some influencers that are coming out to Guam from Japan, which is where all the goodness comes from. I've shown you a video, and if I didn't, I will, of a whole bunch of people. Again, another one of these, oh my God, I can't believe how crowded things are in the immigrations section over at the Guam International Airport. Just hordes of people. How many planes did you see flying around Guam late yesterday afternoon? Korean airplane, Korean Airlines, Jeju Air in particular, I thought I saw going back and forth, and I think it's just something fantastic. When I'm running in Tidzin, is the sound of airplanes landing and taking off. That has returned to Central Guam once again. 7:22 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Quick look at what's going on in the markets. It was not a good day on the markets. S&P 500 folded 30 points to close at 41.01. NASDAQ off by 86, almost 87 points. They closed at 11,994. Dow Jones Industrial Average shed 176, almost 177 points. They're at 32,813. A lot up and down here on the markets that we have seen. The FTSE off by 74 points. Nikkei up by 178. Hang Seng down by 120. Shanghai off by 4. And the DAX loses 47.88 points here this morning. Big winners on the NASDAQ. Get those to you in a second. Datadog, Picard, Okta, Amazon.com, and Atlassian Corporation. IDEX Laboratories, Intuitive Surgical, Dexcom, Align Technologies, and eBay round out the bottom of NASDAQ. On the commodities, I'm looking at oil at $114.79. That's up. But it is down from where it was a little bit earlier this morning. West Texas earlier trading at $115.23. And looking at Tapas today at $128 and a nickel. I'm going to take a look at the Tapas graph in a second and take you back, maybe back to March, where it might have been up in the 130s. So we're dangerously close to record territory again on Tapas. Oil prices jumping after EU leaders agree to ban most Russian crude imports. Gold at $1,849.50. And Bitcoin number, Real Joe?
We're down to 29,683.
29,000. Thanks. Let's go, Brandon. Is that appropriate
Yes.
there? Can we let's go, Brandon,
Yeah.
on that
Wait
deal?
a second. Are you blaming him for Bitcoin?
Well,
now?
I don't know what I'm just saying we can blame it for a lot of things. And Bitcoin
Can there just be no fairness in the world?
I've got this rash, man.
Exactly. Maybe
Way to go, Brandon.
Some cream that we can put on all of that. 7:24 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio, standing by for the extra point here this morning, and interesting conversations that we're having all over the place, and not a whole lot going on in the world of businesses. I'm looking at the headlines. It says India is better positioned to weather food inflations, says officials. The question is not whether they can handle food inflation in India. Can they handle the heat wave that they've got there? I mean, people literally falling down dead because they can't find someplace that's got air conditioning. You want to talk about the values of modern conveniences in these ridiculous times. Ready for the extra point?
Yeah.
Shall we into that at 7:25? Jerry Roberts, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
In the last 10 days, a number of things have come together to create today's commentary. I thought about all of it and began to write, but I'm still not sure how it's going to end. Let's find out together. Next on the Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You could travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Monday before last, I addressed a group of high school seniors on workplace issues and how to get started. It went well. They seemed excited, and I was too. Hopefully something I introduced to them will help them as well as a future employee. A few days ago, the Guam Daily Post ran an article about the growing number of local residents who are thinking of leaving because the cost of living here has gone from bad to ridiculous. On top of that, wages are low, and people simply can't make ends meet. They look across the ocean at places on the mainland where they can spend maybe 50 to 75% of what they pay in Guam and have a higher standard of living. Many have left already, with many more either planning it or thinking of it. Next, Ray asked if this economy and these economic circumstances have made it a good time for senior citizens to re-enter the workforce. I saw an article that brought up the Department of Labor figures showing that over 50,000 people in Guam who could work choose not to. Some don't want a job because they disagree with the local wages. Others may have found a way to get by without a job. Others, maybe they just can't find a job. Yesterday, I was invited to attend the graduation at JFK. Another 300-plus young people moving out into the world. Some are going to go to the military. Some are going to go to the college. And others are going to try to find work. How many will we see leave our island in frustration? Employers are having trouble finding talent who can deliver results while doing everything they can to retain the good workers they have now. The positive signs of visitors returning to our island gives everybody hope that we're on the right track and getting back to a place where our economy will be stable. My question is, when all the hotels fill up again, will they be able to find enough workers to support their business? In the gubernatorial debate, Governor Leon Guerrero mentioned that she had pushed for entry-level police officers to be paid $18 per hour, up from $11. The problem there is that that new kid, newly hired at any fast food outlet on the mainland, makes as much or more. Flip burgers or shovel out chicken and tacos, make $18 an hour. Put your life on the line on a crime-ridden island, $18 an hour. Anybody see a problem with that? I've pounded this drum before, and I'm going to do it again today. It's time to vote for people who will do more than pay lip service to the idea of actively recruiting investment to Guam in the form of companies who can provide 100 jobs, 200 jobs, 300 jobs, etc. It's the only way, repeat, it's the only way to ever reduce the size and economic burden of the government of Guam. No politician will ever approve cutting public jobs unless there is a decent place for people to transition to. If you believe different, I'd like to see what you're reading, or I'd like to have you drug tested. If I were governor for a day, I would thank Governor Carl Gutierrez for his work at GVB, and then I'd pull him out of there, give him $5 million from the piles of federal dollars that we're sitting on, and have him build a team that can deliver 5,000 jobs or 10,000 jobs in the next 3 to 5 years. He's certainly qualified to do it. And it's the key to finally putting Guam on solid financial ground. Plus, we'll be able to finally solve the GovGuam issue that has plagued us ever since. Whether the next governor is named Lou or Mike or Felix, they should do the same thing. Get a team on the road to make this happen. If we could ever reduce the size of government, we would also be able to reduce taxes. The pandemic changed just about everything the past 2.5 years. How many companies in Asia right now might be looking to expand into new opportunities? How many jobs do we need? How many companies do we need to hit the 5,000 or 10,000 mark in jobs? It's doable, so let's finally do it. Lastly, to answer Ray's question on is this a good time for seniors, we need the youth in the workplace. Yes, we do. No doubt about that. They are the future leaders, and we must start them out and grow them. To do that, you have to be able to keep them here. On the other hand, companies need employees who possess both talent and experience. If 50,000 people don't want jobs, then seniors need to saddle up and get back to work. Employers should be happy to have you if you're in that category. Even if you don't want to go full-time, you and they will figure it out. Our best days absolutely can be yet to come. But we're going to have to quit screwing around and do things differently, or we can flat forget about that. Will we do it? Will Lou, Mike, or Felix commit to the concept? Will any of them commit to the money and talent needed to do it? And will you demand that they do? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
That's my favorite kind of extra point is the thought provoker. Get people thinking about what it is that we can change and what we're in control of. And it's surprising the opportunities that are going to be in front of us. Now, you mentioned Carl T.C. Gutierrez, former governor, and said, give the guy $5 million and let him put together a team. I tell you what, he's actually got a pretty good team over at GVB. Yeah. And if things had not gone south in November or so of last year with Omicron and that variant of the Wuhan virus, if things had not gone sideways on that, I think he's already got 1,000. I think he's already got 1,000 jobs in the bag right now. Just some companies that he was talking to out of Taiwan that came out here on basically travel fam tours, but looking around saying, there's opportunity here. Yeah. And maybe we need to think about taking some of the business that we do in Taiwan and shoring it here on Guam. So it would not surprise me if Carl already had access to guys that would put 1,000 well-paying jobs on the books.
Yeah. and make it full-time. He's the economic czar. That's what he was hired for initially. Okay, and then GVB's done the job there. The tourists are starting to come back, all that.
Leave the work to Jerry, and let's go do something else.
Jerry can handle it. GVB can handle it. I mean, Carl is the perfect guy to do. We're talking giving the guy a job. Maybe he doesn't want it. I don't know. But to get out there and do this full time. But he's the guy that can do it, and it needs to get done with somebody. You got to hire a team. There's too much to go into for right now because the news coming up.
I know who I'd put on that team. You've done an extra point on Peter Gill. I'd love to see the two of those guys, do a mind meld and see what kind of activities come out of that.
5,000, 10,000 jobs, whatever it is. We need to have those jobs here. And if we can finally get this done, we'll solve the Gov Guam problem, or could, if the politicians will agree to that. And then we'll be on our way.
Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, wondering why it is the CNMI's newest airlines. The CNMI's newest airline has unveiled their name Wednesday, following approval from the U.S. Department of Transportation, and will now be known as Mariana's Southern Airways, according to co-founder Keith Stewart. Stewart said the DOT approval completes the last of the formalities that the airline needed to achieve to be able to commence operations next month. Our first new aircraft, the Spirit of Saipan, left Italy today on its ferry flight to the mainland, where it will be painted in the airline's livery before arriving in Saipan next month, according to Stewart, adding the second aircraft will follow shortly behind. You might be wondering what that airplane looks like, and as it turns out, I've actually got a photograph of what the artwork is going to look like on the new Southern Mariana flights that are going to be certainly flying between Saipan and Rota and Tinian, and I think it might have the legs to be able to get to Guam on a regular basis. You fill up the gas tank on that, it should go about 1,000 miles. So, so you might be able to get some incredible ferrying service going on, and multiple airlines at that. This is going to be interesting. People up in the NMI are waking up to that good news here this morning, and because they apparently need it.
It seats 11. I looked at the plane when they announced
you did?
it.
Okay.
It seats 11, I believe, in this configuration, and they can toss some cargo in there as well, because that's a good thing to do. They get a couple of those things flying around. And they can make it from Guam to Saipan on a regular basis. Yes.
Like they used to before. It seemed like a plane taking off about every 2 hours between Guam and Saipan back in the day. And it's supposed to be blessed by United, so it's not going to be a competitive issue for United.
They share codes.
Okay, so the code sharing thing. 7:35. More on that as details develop. Right now, we got to take a news break with Montesilva Tire and find out what the big deals are around here. Being brought to you by Burger King, Whopper Wednesdays. All the way through June, all the way through the month of June. Might still have some of those melts there. And they've got breakfast melts waiting for you as well over at the BK Place. Also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet from Hoffaday Realty. A new bunch of people that she's working with to make all of your realty dreams come true. Now with news and headlines, Havamana, what happened?
Well, senators will meet this afternoon where they will vote on the bills in their third reading file. One of the bills that will be voted on allows for the land lease to take place for the new power plant. Another bill deals with the Guam sex crime. Senators go into session this afternoon. What they didn't move forward was a bill that would fund the early voting for the primary election that's coming up just around the corner. Meanwhile, the governor is getting bed rest and she is recovering. She's looking forward to getting back to the office in the next day or two. She posted on her Facebook page saying that she's recovering from an infection that caused respiratory issues. And 4 more arrests were made in connection with a weekend incident over at Paseo that involved machetes and a handgun. 3 men were allegedly armed with machetes and damaging cars. They were all picked up in the Agana Heights area. And then 1 more man was charged in connection with a gun portion of that incident. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Yeah, the more I read about this, it's articles in mvariety.com on the World Wide Web. Mariana's Southern Airways has commenced recruitment for staff to be based in Saipan, Tinian, Rota, and Guam, according to Guam guy Bill Giles. Our roots are firmly based in the CNMI. We are excited to be able to offer local employment opportunities on each island. They will announce their initial schedule, launch their website, and open ticket sales in the next 2 weeks. At launch, It will offer over 90 weekly flights serving Saipan, Tinian, Rota, and Guam, and through Southern Airways' interline agreement with United Airlines, provide the ability to make a seamless reservation from Tinian, Rota, or Saipan to anywhere in the United network. Mariana's Southern Airways is a joint venture between Saipan's MP Enterprises and Southern Airways Express, one of America's largest regional airlines. It will operate the all-new Tecnam P-2012 Traveler aircraft, known as the world's most advanced twin-engine turbocharged piston aircraft. The 9-seat aircraft features generous luggage allowances to complement the sleek and modern interior design, which includes LED reading lights, overhead air conditioning controls, ergonomic seats with a USB port. We can charge our phones. Armrest, cup holders for each passenger. Couple. You know, the only thing that's missing in here is ashtrays.
Oh, yeah.
We don't smoke in the airplanes
that's
anymore.
Right. No more smoking.
Only in the pilot section. All
Will
right.
there be full meal service on that flight, Ray, from Guam to
Maybe,
Saipan?
you know, it's tomorrow chip cookies and water was I think the meal service on the last one of those little airplanes that I got on to go up to Saipan. 7:38 in the morning. Nice to hear that there is some of that, because near as I can tell, Saipan is the most hassle-free place that you and I can travel to, being the unvaccinated sort that we are. It's 7:38 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control, pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Stand by. We'll do traffic coming up. Fear porn. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for the headline? Here it is. Omicron outruns the vaccines. You remember the Omicron virus? The Omicron version of the Wuhan? Do you remember that one? There are apparently new versions of it. No. The remix. Omicron, the remix. Coming soon. All right, I'll hit you up with some of that. Let me get this up on the screen so you can see where traffic is lousy here this morning. 888-8255. If you see something other drivers might need to know about, tell Real Joe. He'll tell me. Traffic getting, where's that? Dededo? On the way to intersection of 1 and 3. Seeing some traffic at the other end of the Harmon Loop. And then we've got traffic from 1 and 3. That is slowing down all the way to the Route 16 intersection with the Micronesia Mall. After that, should be smooth sailing all the way through Upper Tumon into the Tumuning area. On Route 16, Barragata area, 16 to 8, nothing major. Here, a couple of spots with dog and out traffic. 10 and 15 looks like it's running rather busy here this morning. 4 and 10 down in the other end of Talanpago, Ordot area is running a little bit busy through there. But otherwise, nothing major getting into the downtown Hagåtña area. I will, yeah, there it is. That's what I was looking at. A little bit of a slowdown up by the old Rainbow Market. Is there a new landmark up there that we can start? Because I swear when I say old Rainbow Market, there might be like 5 guys that remember what it is I'm talking about up around there.
Yeah, I don't know what they call it now, man.
Just there.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, that intersection where you turn down to go to the Agana swimming pool. Oh, wait, we don't have a swimming pool down in Agana anymore either. Oh, yeah. All right, so we got some of that southbound Marine Corps Drive, nothing major, all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai. 741, there's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific.
equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
And 742 Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255, 888-TALK. We want to say congratulations on the 38th anniversary of Dennis and Viv Larson. Congratulations to the both of you, our B-man and our B-woman here, ladies and gentlemen. Is it 38 years?
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Wow.
No,
No.
I can't. Can you imagine being married to Dennis for 38 years?
No.
Unbelievable. Appreciate
Congrats.
you sending the picture there. And one note here while I got a subject of the bees online, B-Man on picture up on the screen. The folks over at Walmart are, and we don't have one, unfortunately, but 1 in 4 bee species are at risk of extinction. I didn't know that. I knew that they were, the risk. I didn't realize that it was 1 in 4. Last April, Walmart embarked on the largest pollinator protection effort from a U.S. grocery retailer and designed specific commitments to expand pollinator habitats. Among them, humanely relocate bees so they can be productive pollinators elsewhere. And that's a program, if you remember the last time we had the bee guy, Chris, in the studio, that was one of the things that he was really excited about, is the opportunity to take some of the queens that we have here, send them to the States, and establish, communities of Guamanian bees that might be more hardy, might be more resilient to whatever it is that's pushing these populations on the brink of extinction. Very, very interesting conversation. We'll get into that maybe if we get the B-Man online. In the meantime, I've got the American Legion guy on the line. Jim? Which one is it?
Oh, it's Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong on all counts. Good morning, Bill. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, never better. Thanks very much for asking. Once upon a time, I recall doing an interview with a fella that was, for lack of a better word, kind of a ranger, kind of a navigator. This is one of these guys that had been all the way through, up and down the entire VA process, and wanted to spend some time working with others that were either new to the process or totally confused by the process of working with the VA. And I thought it was a pretty interesting concept, and one that exists still here on Guam with the American Legion.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So we are a nonprofit organization that we partnered with the American Legion, and that is to assist veterans that need assistance regarding going through the VA process, because it is very frustrating. And what we've created is since every veteran goes to boot camp, that's what we named our, I guess what you can call classes is boot camp. So we're at boot camp 8 right now, and partnering with American Legion has veterans coming from all over the island.
Mm-hmm.
And our nonprofit group is what we call HMI. It's Hinanao Imagahit Zan Ininya. And our motto is the way, the truth, and the light.
I like that.
Our boot camp goes through the entire process in regards to VA filing. Now, as you probably heard, there's a lot of veterans that need assistance on island. And it's that type of environment right now that veterans are in the limelight again. So what we've done with American Legion, they've been so kind in providing a space to assist veterans, even as simple as obtaining their military records, such as a DD-214, their medical records, their various conditions. Our boot camp goes through the entire process, educating the veterans on what they need to do to obtain the benefits that they rightfully deserve.
As we say, it can be a kind of a time-consuming and confusing process, made a little bit difficulty because of the tyranny of distance that we've got here. Seems like everything once you started, it says you got to go talk to somebody in Hawaii, and there's some guys going, yeah, but I'm here on Guam. I need the help here, and I need it on my clock. So tell me a little bit about how are there ways to bypass that, or are there ways to better navigate the processes, just even making that initial contact with the VA?
Well, being that the computer age has evolved, right? And yes, you are correct. Guam answers to Hawaii. Hawaii has the purse strings. Hawaii has basically the last say. The decision makers, as you file and go through the process, it goes to VA stateside, but it filters through Hawaii. Now, with that said, we've been assisting veterans because the VA made it simple to file online. So everything that we teach in the boot camp, we teach to do it online, which is to even as simple as intent to file. And if it doesn't work online, because we have a lot of older veterans, Korean War, Vietnam War veterans, that the VA created a 1-800 number. So we ask them, or we tell them the first day in our boot camp is, okay, this is what you need to do to even get started. You need to file an intent to file for VA benefits. And the reason is you have a veteran has 1 year to gather all the necessary evidence that that veteran needs to be able to file a fully developed claim so that veteran can get what benefits that veteran deserves.
Long process. Let me ask Bill Salisbury on the line from HMI. If you want contact information, Bill, how do people find you?
My number is area code 671-777-9630.
9630. And a great first contact for veterans, new veterans, old veterans. Now there's a question I've got in my head has to do with the numbers. I don't know that we've got an accurate census of the number of veterans on Guam or the number of veterans in our region, and it always seems to me that there is power in numbers. So I suppose by way of discussing this on the radio, I'm trying to expand the outreach here so that veterans that might not be aware of what they deserve, or veterans that have attempted this before and quit in frustration, once again, come out, identify yourself as a veteran, get into these programs, and make it clear to Washington, D.C. and Hawaii that there's a huge population of vets here on Guam that need and demand what they have earned.
Yes, sir. Yes, and we're still battling the numbers.
Honestly, a lot of people ask, why there's all these programs on Guam where, you get the free driver's license or a license plate or something like that. The whole idea behind all of these benefits that are provided by the government for free to veterans is to help them get identified as veterans so that we can, as we say, go to Washington, D.C., give a number to Congress and say, we need more help here on Guam for the veterans community that is served around Guam. And it's not just Guam. You talk to any of these guys, they'll tell you right now all the way around the Federated States of Micronesia, FAS, FSM, there are veterans there as well. Can you imagine how much tougher it is for them out in the far reaches, in the four corners of the Pacific, getting the care, likewise, that we're trying to get for vets here on Guam?
Exactly, Ray. And we've expanded to CNMI. There was a team that went out there and provided some training in regards to the process. And I can tell you right now, the VA care here that's being offered is I can tell you two veterans that I know of personally, right? They have to go to Hawaii, number one, for treatment. Another one has to go to California for treatment. And believe it or not, Ray, one of the veterans that went through our boot camp, I believe it was boot camp 7 or 6, because we're at number 8 right now, he has to go to Saipan, Ray. He has to go to Saipan to see an audiologist because there's no audiologist here on Guam. Imagine that.
Huh. It's bizarre. So when's the next boot camp, Bill?
Our boot camp 8, starts next week, Monday, June 6th to the 10th, and we will be at American Legion located in Tumani, behind Madea.
There's a couple of great reasons to go to the American Legion in Tumani. One of them is beer, and the other one is beer. I want to say they've got and they do cookouts there, and all kinds of other great ways to entertain yourself while you're waiting for the boot camps to get started.
That is correct, sir. They have dinner, steak dinners, and they have breakfast.
The whole nine, as they say. 671, let me make sure I got the number. Bill Salisbury is the fellow's name. He's with HMI. And so if you are a new veteran or, like I said, an older veteran that, is wondering about how you're going to make it through and getting all your benefits, or maybe somebody that just flat out, got confused by it or got frustrated with it. I know a bunch of guys that said, forget about this. But not using that word, that said, no, I'm going to wait this thing out. 671-777-9630. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct, Ray.
Bill, I'm a big fan and a backer of the veteran community here on Guam because they've done so much for me, having never had the privilege of service, and I want to make sure that I can do everything I can. So let me know about Boot Camp 9 or anything else that comes up with HMI. Be happy to give you the airtime.
I appreciate it, Ray. You have a good day.
I already did. 7:52 in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around here, and that's how you get into all of that stuff. If you ever want to go on the air, just like Bill did, you can reach out to me. You can contact me through ThePOINT.gu or make friends with Real Joe. Real Joe Cruz is the guy because
I like Pillow Talk.
He's the dude here that actually puts together the schedule for the program. 888-825-5888-TALK. I had it right in front of me and I moved it and now I can't find it. I wanted to hit you up with some fear porn about the Omicron variant. Apparently, there are a couple of new Omicron variants, and you'll remember that Omicron is a variant of the Wuhan, the COVID-19, and apparently all of this talk about vaccination, right?
Is that your favorite of all the variants, Ray?
You know what I think? I think it was because I remember I learned about it from The Courtship of Eddie's Father, which was one of my favorite shows back in the olden days. Omicron is right up there. The only reason why I don't like the Omicron is because it screwed up, a pretty good run that we were having last year. There is a blessing and a curse sometimes to be on social media and Facebook in particular, because in Facebook they like to tell you what you were doing a year ago. Or 2 years ago, and they'll show, here's a post from 2 years ago. And a lot of my posts from 2 years ago are complaining about some kind of civil right that I had taken away by the administration in order to keep me and my friends and businesses in check. Make sure we are following all those DEH rules and regulations. How does Jeff say it? Roadblocks.
It's foggy, but I remember.
Thank you for the federal funds. Anyway, so 7:54, here it comes. Efforts to update COVID vaccines can't seem to keep up with changes in the virus itself. Why does this matter? According to the guys at Axios, new variants appear to be even more immune resistant than the original Omicron strain, raising the possibility that even retooled vaccines could be outdated by the time they become available sometime in the fall. But they're going to make you get them anyway, is the thing. They're going to find a way, gas cards, or, you have to eat outside or whatever it is in order to get the vaccines that they're now saying won't work by the time that they come out. A preprint study released last week found that the BA.4 and BA.5, which originated in South Africa, are substantially more resistant to antibodies and thus more likely to lead to breakthrough infections. Clinical trials are underway to study tweaked versions of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. FDA says it will decide this summer whether to recommend these updated versions or not. My guess, you can talk to the FDA, CDC, WHO. They'll say, even though we know it doesn't work, you should try it anyway. Out of an abundance of caution, and in these unprecedented times, we think that you ought to take all of this. Preliminary data suggests the most recent Omicron variants are significantly different from the original version that began spreading late last year. There it is, your daily dose of fear porn here on the radio. So what are we lined up to do about that? I don't know. Jerry Roberts brought up an interesting point. We're talking about travel and being able to fly to Saipan, because I don't think that there are any restrictions in Saipan anymore. I think you can just fly through vaccinated, unvaccinated, quarantine. There's no quarantine, I don't think. So that might be the next opportunity that you and I will have to get on an airplane as unvaccinated people and then actually leave the airport. That was the point that Jerry was making, is you can go anywhere you want to, Gib, as long as you stay in the airport. They'll be absolutely all right. 888-825-5888-TALK. Celebrity birthdays before I get into the Fox News here at the top of the hour. Ron Eli. Ring a bell?
Yeah, Book of Eli?
No.
Right,
Ron Eli was one of the original Tarzans. He's 84 years old. Stacy Keach, who I consider one of the greatest actors of all time. I can't remember the name of he was in a comedy series a few years ago. And even though it was named after somebody else, he was the star of that show. He's 81 years old. Jerry Mathers, as in the Beaver. Leave it to Beaver. Jerry Mathers. A is still alive. B is 74 years old. You got Dana.
I love the Beaver.
Dana Carvey is 67 years old. Liam Cunningham from Game of Thrones turns 61. Andy Cohen from the TV is 54. Now, looking for some other names that I might recognize. Zachary Quinto is in the Star Trek films and Heroes. Happy 45th. Dominic Cooper, Preacher, Captain America, the First Avenger, is 44. Nikki Cox from Unhappily Ever After is 44 years old. I got Justin Long. Abby Wambach, retired soccer player now, is 42 years old. And Aquafina, that's an actual name.
It is?
If
Of
you-
water. Spray?
No, it's of water. But have you ever seen the movie Crazy Rich Asians?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's in that movie. She's 34 years old, Aquafina. But I don't know, have to do a Google or something like
It's
that.
not a usual Asian name.
No, you don't think it is. Here, it's, I love my dentist, Dave. You're looking for something
Oh,
to
I
celebrate.
love my dentist.
Who's your dentist?
Eusebio.
Eusebio?
Orda Dental.
All right, he's groovy. He's been in my mouth.
Dr. Johnson is mine.
There we go. It's Bubba Day, and like I said, I don't know why it's Bubba Day. It just is. I don't know how you celebrate. I imagine that there might be beer included. Leave the office early day if you're looking for something else to celebrate. Is it possible that there could be some grill marks coming at you at some point or the other? And the answer is yeah. Moonshine Day, Rocky Road Day, and I am a big fan of Rocky Road ice cream, and I will say this in front of God and everybody on the radio. There is only one Rocky Road. That's Foremost Rocky Road ice cream. I know there's other brands. I could spend more if I wanted to, but why? Foremost Rocky Road ice cream made with the Foremost style milk and big chunks of almonds that are in there and marshmallows and all of the other stuff. Now, I used to have a version of Rocky Road that I would make for myself when I was feeling like I needed to treat myself because my biorhythms were down. And you take the Foremost Rocky Road ice cream and you stick it in a microwave for like 7 or 8 seconds, just enough to turn it into soft Rocky Road ice cream. Then you throw a handful of grape nuts in there or the just hardest textured cereal that you can find in the world. Throw some of that in there, and then you just smother it with some more Hershey's ice cream. I mean, it's so sweet. It makes, just talking about it, my feelings are tingling. Thankfully, it's I love my dentist day. So try some of that out and see if you cannot make that work for you. In seconds, it will be 8 o'clock on a Thursday morning. Lots ahead in the program. Who we got coming in next hour? We got some folks from GVB
Models.
coming in, and Roxy Models. And you're going, Roxy Models? I've heard of that company before. Let's see if that lines up with your memory. And in the 9 o'clock hour, Minami Jima Martin is going to be in here talking about being a triathlete and somewhat professional athlete here on Guam. It's time for Fox News.
News. The school district police chief in Uvalde, Texas, says he is cooperating with authorities who were investigating last month's school shooting, despite claims that he is not.
Pete Arredondo said he is talking to Texas public safety investigators regularly. He was the commander at the scene at Robb Elementary where 19 students and 2 teachers were shot and killed last week. A spokesman for Texas Public Safety has said while other officers have talked to investigators, Arredondo has not responded to requests for days. There have been conflicting accounts of the deadly incident in the week following it. Arredondo, who was elected to a Uvalde City Council seat less than a month ago, was reportedly sworn in Tuesday, but not in a public ceremony. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A grand jury has charged the white 18-year-old accused in the Buffalo supermarket shooting with domestic terrorism motivated by hate and 10 counts of first-degree murder. A jury in Virginia ruling mostly in favor of actor Johnny Depp, who sued his ex Amber Heard for libel, accusing her of making up abuse claims against him. She's been ordered to pay him more than $10 million.
We did hear from Amber Heard through a statement through somebody with her legal team who says she's disappointed that she feels today beyond words that she is heartbroken by the mountain of evidence was still not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of her ex-husband.
Fox's Mark Meredith, but the jury also ruled Depp must pay her $2 million in damages. In a statement, Depp said in part, false, very serious, and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 176, the NASDAQ lost 86. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
A freak accident has claimed the life of a woman vacationing in Florida.
An Illinois woman was killed Monday when her parasail was cut loose amid a storm off the Florida Keys. The Coast Guard says her 10-year-old son and 9-year-old nephew were also injured when they collided with the old 7-mile bridge. Florida's wildlife agency says the operator told them he cut the line because the parasail was dragging the boat. A nearby boater rushed to rescue them, taking them to waiting paramedics. The 10-year-old boy battered but awake. The 9-year-old unconscious, wrapped in the parasail lines. The 33-year-old woman had already died before they reached a marina. Samantha Liebman, Fox News.
Sheryl Sandberg, the second in command at Facebook parent company Meta, has announced she's stepping down. A judge has denied former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin's request for a new trial against the New York Times.
Sarah Palin's lawyers had asked for a new libel trial against the New York Times, but the judge who presided over the first one gave them a resounding no. U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff said Palin failed to introduce, quote, even a speck of evidence necessary to prove actual malice by the paper. Her attorneys had asked for either a new trial or for the judge to disqualify himself as biased against the former Republican vice presidential candidate, citing rulings they claimed were errors. In a 2017 editorial, the Times falsely linked Palin's campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting. The Times acknowledged the editorial was inaccurate and corrected the errors, which they called, quote, an honest mistake. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The government of Spain is considering a bill that would require companies to have human customer service reps answer phones rather than computer prompts when a customer asks to speak to a human. It's one of the series of measures proposed by Spain's left-wing coalition government. One agency head said the law is needed because far too many companies create bureaucracies to stop people from getting the help they need. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point. Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Well, the Department of Corrections looking for an escaped prisoner reported from the Mangilao facility this morning. The notice says about 6:24, an officer assigned to the isolation facility in Mangilao reported that 2 detainees escaped. One man was captured over by the Dairy Mart a short time after being noticed missing. The other, identified as Julio Soykin, remains on the lam. Police are asking anyone with information or anyone who sees the man to contact police or the Department of Corrections. Soykin was arrested just last week after police spotted him allegedly involved in a drug transaction in the parking lot of Kmart. He allegedly told police at the time that he found the ice hanging from a tree in the jungle. Now, it was just a month ago, another detainee was able to flee the Department of Corrections. He was captured a short time later in the Mangilao area. At least one prison guard was said to be facing disciplinary action in connection with that escape. Meanwhile, the Department of Education has asked the administration of Ukudu High School to investigate a disturbing video showing some members of the girls' soccer team being hosed with water in the face while they're doing sit-ups. The story's in the front page of the Guam Daily Post. The superintendent raising issue with the video, saying that it's an unorthodox training style. The video shows 2 rows of high school girls collectively holding a construction ladder above them as they're doing the sit-ups. At the same time, they're being sprayed in the face with a hose. According to Fernandez, the parents of the students were well aware and believe that the training method was beneficial. He says they've also received word from some of the athletes who support the training style. Now, the video was shared on social media through TikTok under the handle Hayes Farmer 671. In which it is said that the Ukudu coach is linked to that handle. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Several more arrests were made in connection with a weekend incident at the Paseo that involved machetes and a handgun. 3 men were allegedly armed with machetes and damaging cars, and they were all located at the Agana Heights. Now, the 3 men were identified by police as 23-year-old Marcin Quintin, 23-year-old Narsum Marcian, and 28-year-old Henderson Sony. All were charged with reckless conduct and disorderly conduct. Quintin and Martian also face charges of aggravated assault, while Martian faces additional charges of criminal mischief. According to the court documents, Quintin admitted that he had a machete and chased a group of Chamorros, which he said after he noticed them with a shotgun. Meanwhile, another individual was arrested in connection with the shooting portion of that investigation. He's identified as 18-year-old Carrie Lee Willie. He's charged with possession of a firearm without a firearms ID. 2 other individuals were also arrested in that case after they turned themselves into the police department. And Governor Lulian Guerrero getting some bed rest this weekend, said to be recovering. She posted on her Facebook page saying that she is recovering from an infection that caused respiratory issues. It was on Tuesday she was participating in our debate with Candid News and The Point. The governor experiencing a coughing spell. She was taken to the hospital and again is doing well and recovering. She says she expects to be back in the office in the next couple of days. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So does that mean that Josh is acting?
Not sure. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, is not incapacitated or anything like that. Not unconscious. So I don't know that he would. But it's interesting to find out anyway. 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. It's hot here. I was talking about how hot it is in India, where they're having some serious problems out there. And they're looking at, I'm just reading this now, story, faced with fiery summer forecast, more cities are getting serious about heat mitigation. Is it possible that we can do something about the heat here on Guam? Some cities are trying to use cooling methods other than air conditioning, which is energy and emissions intensive. In Phoenix, in Arizona, where it's hot, they say they have a cool pavement program that is painting a gray coat on streets, reducing road temperatures. So instead of blacktop out there, they're actually painting the streets gray so that it doesn't absorb as much heat. The city aims to build 100 cool corridors by 2030. Chelsea, Massachusetts, low-income neighbor of Boston, has a cool block project where they're planting new elm, crabapple, cherry, and hawthorn trees. The sidewalks are getting ripped up to add planters. Porous pavers or white concrete, dark asphalt, will be replaced with gray asphalt. And I'm wondering around here, while we're restriping roads all over the place, whether that might end up being something that we want to do. Instead of blacktops, the ribbon of blacktop that we've got that is now Marine Corps Drive, can we have the guys go back and put a lighter color on it so that we don't have this heat island effect? Know what I mean?
Solar panel.
What's that?
Solar panels,
We'll
sidewalks.
put solar panel sidewalks. Yeah. We'll make electricity while people are walking. 8:12 in the morning. All right, here's that weather that we were looking at. Partly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees. Light east-northeast winds becoming east-southeast 5 to 10 miles an hour. Later on this morning. For tonight, partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows 78 degrees. Over the next couple of days, heat index is going to be at 98. They say that tomorrow we might see some scattered showers, maybe even thunderstorms. And I tell you what, my air conditioner sure could use the break. Sunset tonight, going to be at 6:45. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Thanks, bud. 8:13, 8:14 in the morning. Portions of the program, as usual, brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Start there. As the man says, gas is expensive. So take a look at the models that they've got there. Take a look at some of the great technology features and the safety features and the deals that they can put together on your new automobile from Nissan Guam. And the best thing, as I said, gas is expensive and probably going to be going up before the end of the day, is they've got cars there at Nissan that get better than 30 miles to the gallon. Find out more, NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Roger that. 8:14 in the morning. Got to do shouts to Vanjie watching from South Cotabato. I totally butchered that. Someplace in the Philippines, actually. Sonia Uggan is there. Jose Martinez. I got Rico B. and Colin talking about a bunch of stuff. Kennedy Robinson, Bertha Maza Cruz online. Ismail talking about the Wuhan. And the idea that, maybe, you're seeing all these death announcements in your Facebook feed and wondering, wow, all these people, they're dying young. I wonder what's getting to them. He says, bottom line, jabs is maybe what got to them. 8:15 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. John, I see you. They're coming your way in just a second. I did want to get Peter on the air. Wanted to talk about crime. We've got a weird situation here. I'm told that of the 6 guys that have been arrested for the melee at Paseo on Friday night, 5 of them have been released, and at least one of the cases has already been dropped on all of this. And then this morning we find out that Rob Camacho has lost another one over at the Department of Corrections. Another guy, the guy that was picking ice from the trees, is apparently out there.
Wow.
We got a big problem with crime around here. Absolutely. What do you think, Peter? What are we going to do about that?
Well, maybe Parks and Rec should get out there and start trimming the trees of the, ice. Start cutting down all those trees that got ice on there.
I tell you what. Yeah, if it wasn't, here's the thing: is if it wasn't true, it wouldn't be so funny. But you think about the price of everything on Guam has gone up except meth. Meth prices are going down. What's that tell you?
I cannot really expound on that because I'm not really too concerned about, because this drug problem. Everybody has to kill their own snake. You remember yesterday I talked how I am able to afford buying gas to run my lawnmower and all that. One of the reasons is that I quit wasting my money on booze. October 3rd, 1988.
Congratulations.
I quit wasting my money on cigarettes back in 2005. When it was, and that tells you how cheap I am. When it got to 95 cents a pack, I said, that's enough.
Right.
Because all that thing was doing to me was making me gag the next morning, heartburn, coughing up phlegm, was sickening. So I quit that. And so now all that money there that I saved, because that's a lot of money if you add it up.
Yeah.
Because I used to, when I drink, I didn't grow up drinking to be a social drinker. I grew up believing that when you drink to get mashed or mash somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I was spending a lot of money that should have been going toward my household on all that crap. So all these people here now that are spending that is even if it's cheaper, crystal meth, they're a bunch of idiots. They got no sense, and this is the result of the modern education system. All these punks running around here doing crystal meth and getting caught up in and the way they're getting caught is silly. Things that if you're going to be a criminal, be a criminal. But I'm glad we got dumb criminals here because they're easy to catch.
That's a fact. The cops aren't having a hard time finding these, but we're having a hard time holding on to them and punishing them, especially the dealers. It's amazing to me that you get these stories of guys that are busted for having no license plate or expired tags or whatever, and they find enough methamphetamine in the vehicle. It's clear the guy is dealing, and they send him to the courts, and the Attorney General's office can't seem to hold on to these guys for whatever reason. And it is annoying, I'm sure, to the members of the police department that they keep having to arrest the same guys over and over and over. You take a look at the newspaper and their coverage of the dudes that have been arrested for the melee at Paseo on Friday night. These guys were known to the cops. They've already there are pending cases for them. I don't know what the hell they're doing out. Without an ankle bracelet or something. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Ray, let me just tell you this. If the cops were clean and the courts were clean, if they were beyond reproach, we would not have this issue. But because there's some dirty cops and there's some dirty people in the court system, that's why this thing is being allowed to take place. There's too many connections, and you can go back. So let's go all the way back to the heroin days. The only reason why they really clamped down on the heroin was because of all the murders.
I recall.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if these meth heads running around here, that's why I'm glad they're not as violent as they could have been, as they could be, comparatively speaking, to regarding the heroin days. But that's all. And I think that's the reason why the courts, because it's not, they consider it nonviolent. There was no violence involved.
I don't know. I don't know about that. We got guys firing nines at Paseo because there are dudes that are chasing them with machetes. I would say that could have gone south rather quickly. 8:21 in the morning. Peter, I got to get John Savars on the line. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it. 888-8255, 888-TALK. John Savars, soon to be Senator John Savars. You need to come by and pick up that petition that you dropped off, buddy.
Yes, I will. Actually, Real Joe and I, Joe, come and see me, Joe. Bring it up to me. Thank you guys, and I really appreciate the support of Ray, Mana, Joe, and all the time you guys allow me to come up and speak and talk. I just wanted to call in, and I knew you had some questions. I don't know what you wanted to talk about, Ray, or ask.
Well, bottom line, bottom of the Pacific Daily News here this morning says cannabis rules to be adopted. The 90-day window for the Guam legislature to address proposed rules and regulations for a cannabis industry has passed with no actions from senators. That means the rules will be approved by default. Nobody did anything over at the legislature. I know that there's a couple items in the rules and regulations that you and others are unhappy with, but I still consider it a milestone that the rules and regulations have been approved. I think all we got to do now is incorporate them into the Guam Code annotated and start having the cannabis industry.
Yes, and that's why that's one of the bigger reasons why I'm running, right? I want to make sure that as our industry builds and grows, we have fluidity in the legislature, right? We saw how long it took the process for the CCP to build the rules and get back to the AG. And I want to make sure that there's somebody who understands that cannabis, the cannabis industry is going to have need fluidity in the legislature and support in the legislature, so we can move this industry forward in a manner that's not going to crash businesses, right? When we look at cultivation, they don't have crop insurance like regular industry. So when we need to support, when things need to be changed, it has to be changed in a manner where we can do it and that supports the industry growth. And that's kind of one of the bigger reasons why I'm running, right? Because we need to make sure that cannabis is represented in the legislature as this industry is being built. Because we need to make sure that the cannabis industry is going to be able to work with every segment of our government as well as our private sector, because this is an industry that's going to benefit our island.
There's you talk about crop insurance and cultivation and things like that. One of the other things that we're going to have to work with our legislature, other stateside legislatures, and Congress is the safety of the financial side of the cannabis industry as it begins to grow up, to make sure that people can effectively safeguard the money that they're going to be making, accept credit cards as opposed to cash, and be able to conduct transactions directly with the banks instead of going through some mediator or coming up with another kind of pretend banking industry just to hold on to that capital.
Yeah, and you're right. And cannabis is a very capital-intensive industry, right? To start up, people are looking at, just for your permitting, you're looking at anywhere from, I would say, 100,000 bare minimum to, depending on your scale, the scale of what you're trying to do, you're looking at millions of dollars of investment. And we need to make sure that this money is protected, and that's why having somebody in the industry, in the legislature, who has an understanding of the needs of the industry, and I know the banking issue. It's been something that's ongoing for the last 4 years since all the mechanisms have been being put in place. There are creative solutions, right? We've seen actual cannabis banks pop up. There are third party mechanisms. In California, they just drop all their money to the state, and the state takes their taxes and gives them a check.
Right.
We've seen different mechanisms.
I love that. The word that we're looking for is laundering. But it's not laundering when the government does it. Yeah, they're giving it back to you in a form of a refund. I've always thought that was kind of interesting. But there are other things that we need to look at. One of them is also protection of the industry. If it becomes as successful as I think it will be, as others think it will be, no doubt there might be some people over at the legislature that might be inclined to say, you know what, this is doing well. Maybe we need to tax this more than we already are. We'll apply some kind of a sin tax on the cannabis industry because we want to discourage people from getting into something like this, same way they do with cigarettes and alcohol.
You're right, because you're right. There's going to be a massive. The government is already. I believe a couple of years ago, the governor said that she's going to use a portion of the first cannabis taxations for infrastructure improvements, and because we're looking at how much revenue is anticipated for this industry, and I think the government, the administration, understands that there's a lot of revenue that can be generated, but it has to be done right. The issue that I see on that taxation stuff is the burden. Right, we were talking about how the cultivators don't have crop insurance. The burden currently is on the cultivator, and these guys cannot write off their cost of goods. They cannot write off if they lose 50% of their harvest and still have to pay 15% on their taxes. You're owing the farmer because they don't have that ability to apply for a grant, a federal for the crop insurance to bail them out if they lost 50% of their harvest. Imagine power bills, all your overhead still has to be paid, and then now you lost 50% of your crop. So looking at things like that and being able to be flexible with the way the structure works, so it's advantageous not only for the government, but it's also advantageous for the industry, for growth of the industry.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see where everything heads. You're not the only guy that I talked to about cannabis and moving forward with it. I'm kind of excited because this is one of those milestones in the life of the cannabis industry. The way that it has started up. I mean, remember when it was just medicinal use, and then we legislature, and that was even a radical move. In a lot of places, they didn't approve recreational marijuana by legislative action. They did that by referendum in a lot of different places. So I mean, we got some good marks, some high marks for that. Of course, they're moving a lot faster, seemingly moving faster in the CNMI.
Yeah, the issue in comparison to the CNMI, right? CNMI didn't put a seed-to-sell tracking mechanism in place. That's not what the intention of the program is. Seed-to-sell is going to help us. The seed-to-sell tracking mechanism has now been procured.
Yes.
And that's going to help us track all product, all taxation. And so there, you can't skimp, right? We don't want the cannabis industry wants to be responsible. They don't want anybody to think that we're shortchanging the government, we're doing anything wrong. We want to be the industry wants to be a responsible industry, and seed-to-sell is one of them. The other thing that Saipan didn't do that we're trying to push for on Guam is making sure that we have a laboratory component, because having a laboratory component, it's like a TYA for the government of Guam.
Sure.
Right? We tested it. We made sure all the taxes, all the accountability for everything is covered, and so we ensured that we did our best to ensure there was no diversion. So all those things are things that we on Guam have implemented into our program. And I know that there are issues when it comes to standing up laboratories. And if those issues still transpire when we get closer where dispensaries, or cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensaries are opening up and ready to sell, then there's been measures in other jurisdictions that have waived the laboratory requirement as long as best practices are used. And best practices, we already have best practices within SOPs that are required for these businesses.
So can we bypass it in your mind? Could we bypass the laboratory and it just seems to me that would deduct by, I think, a significant percentage what the final end all be all cost for that pound of recreational marijuana down the road if it has one less obligatory step, an expensive obligatory step that it has to take.
So usually when I see these bypasses done, it's an intermittent, right? So it's helped prove the case of the industry, right? I talked to a guy who was interested in the laboratory, and he basically told me that it's not worth it, right? So I've seen it in, I believe it was Maryland, where they bypassed the laboratory, and then in 2 years they revisited it.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, there's interest again. there's somebody who wants to stand up the laboratory, let's reintroduce it. Also, if we look at laboratory, if there's only one laboratory, we don't want to have a hiccup. So having mechanisms in place like that long term can help ensure that people's products, companies' products are not dying on shelf or dying in their warehouse waiting to be tested.
Noted. 8:30 in the morning. John Savares, we Biba him because he's picked up a packet and running for office, obviously, with an idea that there are steps that still need to be taken with regard to recreational marijuana here on Guam. And he wants to make sure that somebody at the legislature can help move those steps a little bit further. Hope you don't mind. Bob Kelly is on one and wanted to join in on the conversation. Bob Kelly, of course, a big smoker from back in the 1960s. He supplied everybody at Woodstock with individual wrapped marijuana cigarettes. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Well, I was not really a big user because I was military, and that was kind of frowned upon for officers to get stoned. But I wanted to talk a minute about the laboratory because, we're in the geek business, and besides broadcast engineering, we provide a lot of the equipment that monitors the water systems for the Navy, Air Force, and Guam Water Works. So we're in a parallel industry, and I have a lot of contacts that would like to see a laboratory set up here. But the problem is the amount of marijuana, even when we would factor in the recreational use on Guam, is considerably too small to support running the gas analysis, the spectrophotometry, and so on to look for what you're going. There's two things that's very important, and that is to make sure you don't have any heavy metals or other pesticides in there, because that has gotten into a lot of the stuff on the black market. And the other thing is to be able to accurately determine the strength of the marijuana so people know what they're getting. When you go get a beer, it's a 5.35% alcohol. Well, you need to know what the THC content is of what's being purchased. And to be able to do those two analyses, you're looking close to $1 million investment in a laboratory and probably at least 3 people operationally for it. And we don't, even in the foreseen market figures provided by the proponents of the marijuana for recreation, we're not getting a number that will make that laboratory cost effective. If they charge enough money to be cost effective, it will raise the price astronomically, and then the black market would undercut it. And if you don't charge that price, there's not enough there. Just one more quick thing. People say, well, what about doing it as a regional laboratory? You can't ship the marijuana from CNMI or anywhere else here to be analyzed because it can't go across state lines.
Right.
So that limits the market for doing the testing to only what is grown and sold on Guam. And that's a very limited market, even though it may be very heavily used here. It's not big enough to really make a business case.
He's right. He's absolutely right, and I can tell you that I talked to Mr. Kelly a couple last week, and he's not far off. This is why I'm looking at other mechanisms, right? And I know that there's been bypasses put in place, and this is why, in talking to people like Mr. Kelly, he actually understands the lab. Very few people that I've talked to understand the lab component as well as he does. And I commend him for the work and research he's put into that, because it's not a easy spot.
Well, Bob's a pretty smart guy, which is why I go to him for many topics that sometimes related to radio, other times completely unrelated. 8:34 in the morning, John. Appreciate your time. I've got to run. I've got some guests that are coming into the studio in just a little bit. Mana's going to go and take care of the rest of her Thursday.
And Biba John Savares.
And Biba John Savares. I'll talk to both of you a little bit later on. 8:34 in the morning. Mana Silva Tyron with her last big look at news and headlines is coming up.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3 Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
And so it begins. Somebody's got to say that every time, they get a milestone like the marijuana rules and regulations adopted via basically no action from the senators. We're not touching anything here. It's too close to the election. There might be people that are still pissed off about, what's that smell? What is that smell? There's Karen's running around saying, somebody around here is smoking marijuana. Hey, devil's cabbage. What's going on? That's why there's problems. That's why we've got crime on Guam.
Sorry,
no
Karen.
crime has ever been committed because of marijuana. It's all the ICE guys out there with their machetes and the guns hanging out at what is the new version of the Dededo skating rink, which is now apparently Friday night car shows over at the Paseo. Yeah. So here's the annoying thing. Let me be annoyed by this for just a second. So they got a bunch of guys. They've made arrests. There's like 5 or 6 guys that they pulled in, and apparently all of them have been released. At least one of the cases now has just been completely dropped against one of these boneheads that were out there and somewhat involved in everything. And Roque Alcantara, who's the dude in charge of the Department of Parks and Recreation, says, okay, we're going to shut down Paseo on Friday nights. So because of these lunkheads who have experienced the revolving door of the criminal justice system here on Guam, because of them, everybody else is going to be punished. We're going to start locking the doors over at the Paseo parking lot at 6 o'clock on a Friday night. There's still people who legitimately use that area in the evenings for recreation and for exercise. They got a nice basketball court over there that I've almost never seen empty. There's all kinds of people now who I imagine are going to be told that they can't do what they legitimately want to do in the recreational capital of Vagana because of these guys. And we're not even, here's the thing. We should be able to keep it open because these guys ought to be in jail or holding cells or answering for the crimes that we know that they've already committed. But nope. We're going to let these guys go and make it so that nobody else can use the Paseo at nighttime. Sorry. That's why we can't have nice things. And I don't think that is would be the required result. Where are all the park rangers? That's a park. Why don't we have park rangers around there all the time? It used to be a whole police station that was open within a tenth of a mile of the Paseo area.
You only come out when they park on the beach, right?
8:37 in the morning, right? I hear that. 8:37. Mana Silva with that last big look at news and headlines. Alpha, Mana, what happened?
Well, the Department of Corrections is looking for an escaped prisoner that got out of the facility early this morning. They put out the notice saying that about 6:24, an officer assigned to the isolation facility reported that 2 detainees were able to escape. One of them was captured over by the Dairy Mart. The other one's still on the lam. He's identified as Huluo Soikin. He remains on the lam. Police are asking anyone with information or who sees him to contact the police department or the Department of Corrections. Soikin, you might recall, was arrested last week after he was allegedly involved in a drug transaction at the Kmart parking lot. Again, anyone with information or anyone who sees him should contact police or the Department of Corrections. Senators go back into session this afternoon where they're going to vote on some bills on the voting file. One of them will allow for the new lease for the new power plant, which will allow for the construction of that plant. Another bill deals with the Guam sex crime law. Session goes back into session. Senators go back into session this afternoon. And the governor recovering on bed rest today and tomorrow. She does expect to go back to the office in the next couple of days. She posted on her Facebook page that she is recovering from an infection that caused respiratory issues. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. We've got the Japanese, supermodels, Roxy models or something like that coming in. Influencers here in just a couple of minutes. Colin Clark was wondering if we maybe have seen one or two of these girls here on Guam before. And I don't know is the answer to that question. I'm not even sure if that's the same Roxy that we're talking about. Maybe, maybe not. Here's one Roxy model with Carabao, as it were. Is anybody looking at it going, oh, I know her? Just from the rear view. Where are we? 8:39 in the morning. And I was asking the question out loud, hey, Alpha, where's the park rangers? They're supposed to be looking out for places like the Paseo and the other parks here at midnight on a Friday. And my buddy Tom says park rangers only work from 8 to 5.
Of course.
Because there's no crime after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like those guys over at the
There's
ABC.
no parks either after
at the alcohol beverage control place. For a long time, they just stopped doing inspections over in the bars because they only worked from 8 to 5, and they weren't authorized to get overtime or what is it? What do they call it?
So that's what it is. It's a budget, huh? There's no night diff.
I guess no night diff or anything like that for these guys. But that's okay because, as I said, there's no crime after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's no COVID if you're sitting down in the restaurant. 20 away from 9. Be right back.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK to Mon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Studio time, 842-888-8255-888-TALK. Tell Ken I got a bigger name in the studio, if that's all right, and have him call back a little bit later on in the morning. Now, wait a second, this guy over here, what's your name? Tai Cho?
My name is Tai Chi.
Tai Chi.
From GBB.
Good to have your microphone up close here. You're going to get to do all the...
Like this?
Yes, much better.
All right, got it.
So Regina's not going to be doing any talk, but she's here, and Maya's here, and other members of the Visitors Bureau are here as well. And in the studio, let me see if I can get this into a little bit more of a wide shot. The reason why they're here is once again, Guam is being treated to a visit by influencers, I suppose is the word that I'm looking for. Right? We've got the influencers in the studio. I want to see if I can get this camera on this pretty influencer over here. See, you're on the yes. Hey, how about that? And you are on this one over here. So I have Nanaha.
Hello.
It's good to have you. Welcome to Guam.
Thank you.
So it just came in last night?
Yes.
Okay, very, very good. And Anna is here as
Yeah.
well. Okay, now we say, okay, we've got influencers in the studio, and so we say, okay, well, what exactly is an influencer?
I don't know actually, but we're kind of influencer. We're like we came here for I don't know, just have an Instagram.
Okay, so how did you get here? Did you apply? Was there a contest? What is the process?
No, at first I began from TikTok, and TikTok. My follower came from TikTok, I think. The Instagram follower came from
So
TikTok.
initially TikTok, and then over to Instagram. You are also on Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is your handle on Instagram? How do we find you?
My account?
Yeah. What's your name on IG?
ANA dot a point. Sorry.
Okay.
NA point KSI. KSI 9.
KSI 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, and Nanaha is also on Instagram as well, correct? Yes. And what is your Instagram name?
NANAHA0178.
0178. Do we have a period in that one as well? Is there a dot? No, it's just okay. Nanaha 0178. Go find them and then follow them here and meet up with the other followers that you have. Now, if I follow you on Instagram, will you automatically follow me back?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Why not?
some models don't do that. Some models are just but it's always important that we have the reciprocity, right?
For sure.
Taichi in the studio. A little bit more about these guys. It's part of a program to get influencers, if you will, models or of whatever kind, in Japan to come to Guam, take pictures of Guam, enjoy the sunrises, the sunset, the shopping, the food, and the amenities, and then put them up on their accounts so that other Japanese that follow them might learn about how great Guam is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of into the program. Now, these are not the first of the influencers that we've had in the studio. How long has this program gone, and how much longer is it going to be going? How many more interviews do I have to suffer through with supermodels? How many more times will you bring beautiful women to the studio?
So at first, you have to have more and more influencers come in from Japan. So please, be patient with them.
Yes, I'll do my best.
And they're gonna stay here for 4 days, and they're gonna leave to Japan on 6.
So what kind of things are you going to have them do? I mean, obviously the idea is to get them to take pictures and tell people how great things are on Guam. So where are you going to be taking them, and what will they be experiencing?
So they're sponsored by Roxy, right? So Roxy is a brand representing girls, surfing lifestyle, skateboarding lifestyle, snowboarding lifestyle.
I have examples up on the. There's.
It's not just ass.
It's not just that. No, sometimes they're with carabaos as well. I want to say thank my friend. Neither one of the models that you're seeing on the screen are the models that I've got in the studios. We'll save that for another interview down the road. But anyway, at any rate, so they're going to be out there, taking in the sights.
So we are focusing on the water sports scenes in Guam.
Okay.
Also
yeah, a little bit more. You've a beautiful voice, and your English is better than my Japanese. So, so it's important that we hear what you've got to say. So, water sports, the whole kind of beach scene that we've got here.
Yeah, beach scenes and bikinis. Yeah, sure.
So now. How can regular people from Guam become involved in this? Is there a way that, somebody says, okay, well, I'd like to hang out at the beach, or can you use my stand-up paddleboard? Can people from Guam be in some of the pictures that they're going to be taking?
If they're okay, I think it's okay.
Yeah. All right.
It's 100% up to them.
Absolutely. What is it now? Did you ever hear about Guam? I'm talking to Anna now. What did you know about Guam before you came here?
Oh, I don't know, just the beach and Tamon.
Yeah.
And
Is there anything that you want to do now that you're not in Japan anymore? Are there places that you want to go? Are there things that you want to experience?
Yeah, I want to go to the beach, the beautiful beach, and I don't know, feel summer.
Well, summer year round.
Because the Japan is not hot right now. I'm not hot right now, so I just want to feel summer and go to the beach. And
What about you, Nanaha? What do you want to do? Did you hear about Guam? Did they tell you about? Yeah. What did they tell you about Guam? Yeah. While you're on Guam, what do you want to do?
Surfing.
Surfing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at my guy over here, my producer, who is a world champion surfer. Yes.
Oh, really?
Really?
No, actually, not really.
Not really.
But we know a guy here on Guam. Is there a surf scene in Japan? I'd never heard of such a thing. Is there surfing in Japan?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
Do you surf in Japan?
Yeah.
When you go out there, are you in competitions? Do you do anything like that?
No, just like chill.
Just chill. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is there a bikini scene in Japan? Because oftentimes, and don't take this the wrong way, you get the bikini girls come out to Guam, and they're very what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say boring. But they're not very racy, if you know what I mean. So as Roxy models with the bikini kind of company, are you a little bit more daring, I suppose, with your bikini attire?
What is daring?
Daring? I don't know. Maya, is there another word that I'm looking for? I don't want to say skebe. I'm going to want to avoid. So I want to avoid that word.
Daring? What is daring?
Daring, Taichi. Sexy. Yeah. I mean, so in Japan, is there kind of a sexy bikini scene that is going on? Do you have something like that out there?
Yeah, the sexy. What do you mean that you're sexy? The sexy is like, you know,
I have to put
like
those pictures
this
back.
one.
I might have to put those pictures back up on the screen. So how long have you been Roxy Models? How did you become Roxy Models? How did that happen?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Maybe 1 year ago or something. The first time I worked at Roxy store. Yeah, and she is model. She has been a model for long time.
With
years,
Roxy?
Years, yeah.
Long
Okay.
years, yeah. And I began to work at the Roxy stores, and I realized like this.
Yes.
Yeah, the
This is
first
good. I don't have to sell anything.
Just
All I have to do is wear it now. And so they pay you to be the model or spokesperson for Roxy. Have you been anywhere else? Have they said, okay, Anna, Nana, you're both very beautiful, and we'd like you to represent the Roxy brand on Guam, obviously.
Yeah.
But have you gone anywhere else to represent the brand? Have you traveled much?
Just in Japan.
Oh, only in Japan.
Yeah, other
I've been to
prefectures.
Hawaii.
yeah,
How was that? Well, it's Hawaii, right? So Hawaii is a very, very exotic and exciting place. It's very expensive, and the traffic is bad. But otherwise, it's fantastic. Do you have any advice for people that want to become influencers? Because I think about that every once in a while. I've got a bunch of people that follow me on Facebook and Instagram, but that's here on Guam. How do you branch out to other communities? How do you extend your influence to other followers outside of Japan?
No, I think my follower is almost Japanese.
It's almost
my
all
follower,
Japanese?
Yeah, maybe 80% is
Right.
Japan.
Okay,
Japanese, yeah.
and so how many followers do you have on IG and TikTok total? Do you know?
total 私数字苦手5万 50,000
50,000, yeah.
50,000. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think I'm a big shot because I got 5,000 followers on Facebook. Okay,
No, 40,000.
but
Sorry.
Of course, I'm not as pretty as either of these two are here in the studio. Outstanding program, and so there are going to be more visits, as I say, with other influencers in the near future.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And do we have any idea what's the timeline? How long is this program going to go until we get back to 100,000 arrivals a month? Or is that where we're headed? Go ahead, Regina. Go ahead and grab the mic.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, no problem.
So the ladies are here also representing our Here We Guam brand campaign that we have.
Okay.
And especially that we are targeting, especially with the different travels that are happening with the Gen Zs, FITs, OTs that are traveling.
Well, you just hit me with Gen Z. What, is
Yeah,
this
so,
another
especially
demographic?
During COVID, right, travels have been quite different. And coming out of Japan, it's mainly group tours that Guam has been very popular with.
Yeah.
But in the last couple of years, our FITs, free independent travelers, choose Guam to come here, and our young Gen Zs in the age of what Gen Zs
So
now
I
are
didn't,
like.
I didn't realize that there were. I mean, we'll get into some of the sausage making here, but when you say FIT, my thought it goes immediately to South Korean travelers because they seem to be the bulk of the very independent travelers that we've got here. It's but
Japan is
they beginning
coming
to
up.
blossom?
Yes, Japan is coming up with a number of FIT travelers that are choosing Guam, and among those FIT travelers are our younger generation travelers, right? Who want to explore. They know Guam, and so these guys are here doing their photos for Roxy's summer collection as well too. So they'll be going to different spots on the island, taking photos, and I think it's a part of our Here We Guam campaign.
So you're kind of in charge of their destinations today, and while they're not fluent in all of the different great places on Guam to get photographs, where do you think they're going to be in the next couple of days? Where are you taking them? I mean, I can imagine some of the usual spots, but I also know that you're from around these parts, and you're probably thinking, I know a bunch of places that are off the beaten track. Where are we gonna take them?
Well, first off, it's very popular for them, like our northern part of Guam, like Arunau. We're actually going to bring them up to
I know a place in Aru now.
I think we all know
a spot up
a very
there.
beautiful, popular place in Aru now, right?
Photogenic location, yes, yes.
And then we want to take them down south, you know, our scenic sites in the southern island, Mariso and Arahan, to take some photos up there too. But I was also sharing with them about our sunsets that have been just captivating here on Guam. So, yeah, I want them to kind of explore that also while they're here. But, yeah, they're here to kind of get that messaging about how Guam is ready. And, you know, it comes at a very perfect timing at how we're really trying to build the brand of Guam coming back from COVID, right? Yeah. And younger generation now and SNS and digital marketing has been like the most efficient way, especially during how we're coming out of, I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, she's going to take a picture at some point today. You're going to take her down to GVB and show them around a little bit. But they're going to take pictures today that will be on Instagram and TikTok, et cetera, this afternoon. And you know, this is you get people in the mind of saying, okay, if these two are traveling, then I can travel. And Guam, strategically, 3.5 hours away from Narita City, and so it's easier now, I think, for people like you to get on airplanes and come and visit people like me. But for travelers, what was the process? Tell me a little bit about your adventure. I'm assuming that you left out of Narita.
Narita.
So
yeah.
and then fly to Guam. So close, 3.5 hours on the airplane.
3 hours. Yeah, it's so close.
And then arrival at the Guam International Airport. Did you pick them up through there?
Yes, we met them last night. Yeah. At
Okay.
the airport.
Was it crowded last night?
There were quite a few people coming, but I believe some of them were also coming out of the. There's an exercise on island, right?
You know what? I don't know that.
I think there's a military exercise coming up.
I did not get intelligence on any of that. So we've told you about the beaches. Has anybody told you about the food? Have you eaten here yet? Have we taken them to some place where they can get some local grind?
We're going to bring them to some of our restaurants here, but the ladies have been here before, right? Anna came here with some friends, and then Nanaha, sorry, Nanaha also, but this is their first time to travel in 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, coming to Guam, so they're really excited about being here.
Well, you know what, I understand that because I haven't gone anywhere in 2 years, and that I don't have vaccine, so it's I cannot go to Japan right now.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That there are some of us that want to go very badly because there's still a lot to do and great exploration, but it's slow process now with Japan. I have to be double vaccinated. I have to have my 2 shots, the initial 2 shots, and a booster, and then I can go to Japan and go and hang out at the beach with you guys. But I also, as I understand it, have to be a part of an organized tour package.
Yeah, well, right now the limit is still at 20,000 people that they're bringing in, but as of May 26th, right, the MOFA level was reduced to 1, which means now they're encouraging
individual tourists,
individual tourists
to be able to come back.
But you still have to go through all the 72 hours vaccination, PCR testing going into Japan.
Okay, so that process has not necessarily changed. Have they given any indication of when that they might be loosening the restrictions?
Well, we were just talking about it last night, and the test that they do at Narita Airport has now been removed. So you don't have to do that test going into Japan.
Right.
Right. But you still have to get your PCR leaving Guam to go into Japan. Because you still, when we went, right, for our trip in April, not only did we have to take our PCR, but we also had to do the testing at the Narita Airport.
Your boss has a very, very strong desire for me to get vaccinated so that I can go and
Please get vaccinated, Ray.
do a broadcast just like this one when we get to Japan, so I can go hang out with you guys. Anna, thanks very much for coming by radio station today.
Thank you so much.
It's wonderful to have you here. Nanaha, also very nice to see you. Where in Japan are you from? Where what prefecture?
From Kanagawa.
Kanagawa.
I'm from Tokyo.
Tokyo girl. Okay, Tokyo boy. I'm Roppongi guy.
You know Roppongi.
Shibuya guy. I want to be in that show. I want to be in that robot show. Have you seen the robot show in Shibuya?
What is the robot show?
You don't know the robot show?
No.
Oh, see, now this is fun. What's that?
가부키cho?
Oh, kabucho. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
You have not seen that? You're going to have to take them to that show. That is, it is literally the wildest thing to do when you're in Japan, and everybody should be. So my buddy Tom says the word I was looking for, risque, in Japanese is risuku. Risuku.
Risuku.
Hi. All right. Sorry, that's the noise that we make. 9 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Fox News Live is playing right now.
Of infant formula manufacturers told President Biden they began preparing for potential shortages as soon as a major production plant was shut down over health concerns in February. President Biden told reporters,
I became aware of this problem sometime after April, in early April, about how intense it was.
The president's top spokesperson, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, says a whole-of-government response kicked off as soon as Abbott recalled formula. The FDA commissioner has ordered an after-action report on the handling of the recalls and that plant shutdown. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And a Fox News alert now. Just getting word moments ago of a shooting in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Reports of some fatalities and multiple people wounded in a shooting at a medical building. Despite accusations by Russia that the U.S. is pouring fuel on the fire in Ukraine, the U.S. is set to send Ukraine more advanced rocket systems.
The Ukrainians have given us assurances that they will not use these systems against targets on Russian territory. There is a strong trust bond between Ukraine and the United States, as well as with our allies and partners.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken, 2 weeks after the Republican Senate primary in Pennsylvania, votes are still being counted.
Dr. Mehmet Oz leads Dave McCormick by just some 900 votes. McCormick has launched 2 legal battles. He's petitioned the state court to force 12 counties to recount their votes by hand over the possibility of what they say could be fraud or error in the tabulation of votes. Secondly, he's filed a lawsuit in state court over an estimated 800 undated mail ballots.
Fox's Brian Yanis. America is listening to Fox News.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
And a Fox News alert now, once again, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Multiple people shot in a medical building on a hospital campus, and some were killed. That's according to a police captain. Tulsa Police Captain Richard Muhlenberg says the suspect is down. Once again, multiple people shot at a Tulsa medical building on a hospital campus, and some were killed. That's according to a Tulsa police captain. The FAA is changing the rules for Boeing when it comes to conducting its own regulatory checks on their planes.
A program called Organization Designation Authorization allows company workers to do some regulatory compliance work on behalf of the FAA. But that program was heavily criticized after 2 Boeing 737 MAX jets crashed, killing 346 people, one in 2018 in Indonesia and one in 2019 in Ethiopia. Changes have been made to the program since the crashes resulted in the grounding of the MAX jets for months. Now the FAA says it's giving Boeing a 3-year extension with this compliance program rather than the 5 years it asked for. They said to ensure Boeing was implementing the program changes, including less interference by company officials with the employees who are tasked with this regulatory compliance work. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Lawmakers in Seattle are taking steps to improve wages and job conditions for so-called gig workers.
The Seattle City Council unanimously approving a measure that ensures app-based workers are paid minimum wage plus expenses and tips. For food delivery service companies like DoorDash and Uber Eats, the pay rate for drivers who are contract workers would begin when they accept an order to help them earn the city's minimum wage of $17.27 an hour. They'll also receive the standard mileage reimbursement set by the IRS. DoorDash in a statement criticized the legislation, saying it will drive up costs for customers and actually reduce earnings for workers. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
And I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Is it my turn? Sorry, I'm in a confessional with Manami. Manami is in the studio. I kept saying Manami, but anyway, so she's another Japanese in the studio here who should be a Roxy supermodel, but in this case, she's going to be kind of a spokesperson for what is it, the current Guam and triathlete competition that is triathlon that's going to be coming up here. But I'm in the middle of a confession with her, trying to explain and give all the litany of excuses
yeah.
of how I went from somewhere between 160 and 170 pounds up to 190 some odd.
Those are reasons, not excuses, Ray.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you talk to. And there are people in the running community say nothing but excuses. Just get your ass back on the road and get the workouts in and start watching your diet. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
I got you. I see it 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning Thursday, but it feels like Friday because I'm surrounded by beauty. As a matter of fact, if I put the microphone on over there, and let me see if I can get all the spots in the right place. Oh, you took your mask off.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now,
I
she
didn't know there's a
originally,
camera.
it's okay. She originally was wearing a mask for the interview, and I said, you don't have to wear the mask in here anymore. But you are like under orders, no getting sick.
Yeah, no getting. Is it? Oh, this is.
It's on. Yeah, the lights on. Red lights on.
We have the mini South Pacific Games in I think 18 days, or my race starts in 18 days, and I just got back from Korea as well. So I didn't want to get anyone sick, but also.
Or didn't want to get anybody else. But you don't want to pick anything. Okay, so
same thing.
Near as I can tell, Real Joe's in a whole other room. I've already had COVID-19. I don't know that I'm eligible for a breakthrough case. So as far as I'm concerned, you are in a clean and sterile environment. Real Joe, did we fantastic the building today?
Absolutely, it's clean.
All right, very, very good.
But even with the flu and anything else you can catch.
So this is an athlete thing. This is an athlete fear.
Thing. Yeah.
So and we'll back up. The mini game's going to be taking place 18 days, and that's going to be up in the CNMI.
Yes.
And so you and a variety of other athletes are going to be going up there for competition.
Yes.
All right. And you are going to be competing in what events?
The triathlon, the aquathlon, and the half marathon.
Is that all one what is it? What's the word I'm going to triathlon? Is that the triathlon?
The triathlon is the triathlon.
Okay.
And
So
then-
wait a minute. All right, I'm sorry, a little bit confused here. So there's a triathlon, and then there's a swimming event, and then a running event.
So there's a triathlon event.
Okay.
A swim, bike, run, and then in 2 days after, there's a run, swim, run event, and
God.
then on one of the last days, there's a half marathon. But there's all other events going on.
Those are just the ones that you're participating
Yes.
in. Now you are a triathlete now.
Yes.
When I first met you, you were just a runner.
I was a chubby runner. Yes.
Wait a second. I don't remember the chubby part, but I do remember the very, very fast running part, and kind of an elite in that community. When did you branch into the swimming and the biking part? When did the triathlon thing bite you?
So I turned professional in late 2017, 2018.
Well, there's a whole other conversation there about how can you be a professional anything in the athletic community here on Guam. We'll back up on that. But like I said, I know you as a runner, but there are many runners that have gotten bit by the triathlon bug because there are so many other smaller events. I mean, it doesn't all have to be Ironman stuff. There's events that the federation will do down at USO and PD
and in Marito.
And Marito.
That's why I'm here. Right?
Yep. And so there are a lot of events, and there's a lot of the same people. The running community merges very, very well with the cycling and the swimming community.
Yes.
All right. So you decided, okay, I'm going to become a professional triathlete here on Guam.
It just accidentally happened. I raced off island, and then I was kind of fast enough to touch the times of the top people racing that event.
Yeah.
And my coach was just like, "Why don't you just get your pro license and see how it,
Okay, so I'm not anywhere near that kind of speed. But how do you go about getting a pro license?
Well, you have to, I guess, win the national triathlon event that's coming up in July.
Okay.
Why I'm here for, to promote
Right.
the event. But I won that event. I won my age group at an half Ironman event, and got recognized by the Guam Triathlon Federation, and I presented my times and letter. And they gave me...
And they give you a certificate? Is there a patch or a jacket that you have
no,
or a hat?
it's just they gave me a letter to recognize me as pro, so I can get my professional license through the Ironman company or the Challenge Triathlon company. And so it just
Do you
kind
have
of
to
happened.
have like sponsors?
You don't have to have any sponsors or anything. You just have to have like the time.
But can you get sponsors now as a
Oh, yeah, I
professional?
can.
Like the Japanese girls that were in here before, they work for the Roxy company.
Yeah, that's pretty
and
cool.
Sure, they get free bikinis and beachwear from them.
Yeah.
Are there companies that you are interested in becoming a spokesperson for?
Actually, I'm currently sponsored by some companies. Am I allowed to
Yes,
mention?
of course, yeah.
Community First.
I know those guys. It's Jerry's shop.
Yes, they're also the main sponsor of the Guam National Triathlon event. I was formerly with Run Guam, but now I'm with a triathlon company called Zoot. They're a pretty famous triathlon brand company. It's ZOOT.
Oh, the easy way.
They make super nice tri gear. I'm actually wearing their swimsuit. I'm going swimming after this.
Right.
I'm with CRW Trading and Dateline Exports. Have you heard
No.
of Craig?
Yes,
Craig Winnup?
yeah.
Yes, that's his company.
Okay, all right. So you do have sponsors.
Yes, I
do. As a professional, and the reason why you do that is because you need to eat.
Yes, it's a tough industry. I mean, there's not, I'm one of the only professional triathletes on Guam, and
do you have a regular job? Or do you just work?
I used to babysit for 50 hours a week, trying to balance 20 hours of training. But now I'm doing it full time because we're trying to go for the Olympics.
Okay, so it's good to have sponsors. As a professional, you can go ahead and get that kind of attention, and that will help pay the bills between you and Mr. Martin, so that you can go out there and what do you say, 20 hours a week?
20, more than 20, under 20, 20-ish, yeah.
Okay, so now tell me a little bit about being a triathlete here, because I got all my friends and they said, okay, Ray, you're a runner, but you know what? We're doing this thing over the weekend over at USO, and you should be a swimmer and a cyclist, and then you can participate. And I'm like, wow, I can't afford a nice bike. I don't think I can afford.
You don't have to have a nice bike.
Yeah, you do if you want, because all the guys that I want to beat have nice bikes, and then then here's the worst part is I don't think I'm a good swimmer. My idea of going to the beach and swimming is basically bathing, just sitting in the same place in the water. Yes, with a cold beer in my hand and a bikini over here. That is my idea, my perfect world of being in the ocean. And now people are saying, no, you got to swim all the way over there and then back. And I'm going, it just doesn't sound. Is there a part of being a triathlete that you don't like either? Which I mean, of the three different events, of the running, I know that you've got to love, the cycling, which feels like it's the easiest thing in the world because you can coast, and then there's the swimming. Of the three, which is your least favorite, Manami?
Well, the least favorite might be the swim because I grew up swimming, and I just swam every day, and I'm tired of looking at the black line, But then, I don't know. The running is the hardest because it's just running is hard.
Yes.
It's funny because I just posted on my Instagram that I said running is hard, but it was kind of fun.
Okay, so I participated once upon a time in a triathlon, the Maurizo one, as a matter of fact,
Yes.
and I did the run leg. I want to say it was Eric. Eric did the cycling. Logan did the swimming part, and I did the run part. Yeah, well, we've been at all the same events before, and I remember the running part didn't start because the swimming part and the cycling part went first, and it took those guys a long time to get done with theirs. So by the time it came for me to run, it was already 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I had to catch all these other guys that fortunately were better swimmers and cyclists than they were runners.
But you caught them.
I was able to catch a whole bunch of these guys. So I felt pretty good about, my 10K participation, even though it's 10K in Maurizo, which has lots of hills.
It wasn't that bad. It was just
one in
that one
particular,
hill.
yeah.
It was one hill. It's all flat until you climb like 50 meters.
Yeah, life is like that. Life, and unfortunately, that was where the turnaround was. So it wasn't like you could cut this thing short. You got to go all the way up. Here's the turnaround, and then you're right. You get a nice downhill fade,
and it's all flat
to the thing. So that was my favorite part. But as I said, it was so hot because it's hot on Guam, but it inspired me to do something as a runner. It inspired me now to do for the most part running in the afternoon. So, and you and I have seen each other running in the afternoon. That's, I think, your favorite time to run as well, because you can really get your sweat on.
Yes. Sometimes I run at like noon, too, just to try to get fit.
And people say, oh, my God, isn't that painful? Yeah, but the thing is and it's distressing. And the point of it is when you are then running, say, in a 5K or a 10K or a half marathon that starts at 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning when it's cool, you're not as stressed out. It feels like you're running in air conditioning at that time. So it's a good idea sometimes to find ways to stress yourself while you're working out to make it when you are in a real competitive situation, things get better. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Manami Ijima Martin in the studio. And as you say, among the things that you are here for is not just to get in and yak sports and
I don't want to talk
triathletes.
about myself. Let's talk about PCB.
Well, okay, let's talk about the big event. Current Guam asked her to come by and talk about a triathlon that is coming up here in July, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Is there time for me to start training for it?
Of course,
yes. Of course, yes. He's going to say, my coach is going to say, yes, you should train, Ray, for the triathlon. Okay, but first, again, I don't swim. But give me some details on how people that are in the game can prep for it and then sign up.
So
it's on the phone. She's looking on the phone for all the details.
The exact date. I remember everything else. Okay, it's July 10th. So it's about 6 weeks out from now at Maurizo Pier. This is one of our biggest events of the year.
This is the signature.
This is the event of the year, especially for triathletes on Guam. But you can do it solo, but you can also do it as a team. Like every year, you can get a swimmer, a biker, or a runner, and do it as a 3-person group, or you can bike and run.
Now,
So
when we split it up like that, how is that counted? Are there individuals that are judged on their own times?
Yes.
So if we were to do one, if you do the swim, I'll do the run, and Real Joe can do the cycling part, we would be a team.
We would be a team
playing against other teams.
Yes, and
so we
then
don't have to beat the individual guys.
You don't have to.
Thank God.
I mean, Doing it as a team, don't you want to beat the individual guys?
Yeah, well, there's that. Well, I mean, yeah. So I break it out and say, okay, his run time was X, my run time is this. So even though I competed as a member of a team, I might have beat him, or he might have beat me with the individual times for the event. So you can shake it out about any way you want to. How do we sign up, by the way?
We can sign up by going to guamtime.net. There's a section for Guam Triathlon Federation events.
Okay.
And you just click on it and sign up.
Okay. And pay whatever the fee is going to be, and then go out there and start working out, because as we have said, this is not the easiest thing in the world, and this is like a for real full blown Olympic course, right?
It's an Olympic distance. So the distance are 1,500 meter swim. I think that's a little under a mile.
Yeah. In Marito, by the way,
it's nice. It's flat. It's nice.
It's a flat swim.
It's a flat swim.
Are there jellyfish at this time of year?
Maybe last week, but not usually
maybe
during
not in July.
Yeah, not usually in July.
All right, 1,500 meter swim, and then we've got the cycling part, which is
40K or about 25 miles, flat.
Yeah.
It's a two-loop course, and then the run is 10K.
Okay, and as I
6.2 miles.
So you want to get as I said, the hardest part in my mind of all of this would be the 10K after the sun is up. So either train under stressful conditions like lunchtime, or just or get through the swim part and get through the bike part as quick as you possibly can.
But if you pace yourself on the 10K, there's three aid stations that you pass by anyway. So every mile there would be like an aid station.
No, I know guys that live down there, so they're just going to have beer for me. There'll be Ray Gibson's beer stops along
Maybe
the way.
after.
If I do it. Well, there's always that. There's always going to be some of that. It's an all day long event, super family friendly.
Yes.
I almost want to say it's dog friendly. Just bring everybody out and plan to make a day of it. It will start early in the morning. I think
it starts at 7. We'll be there by like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Race starts at 7. Yeah.
And that's the swim part, in and out, and then you get on your cycle, in and out. What do they call that? An exchange?
Transition.
Transition. That's the word I'm looking for. So you transition out of your swim clothes into whatever it is that you're going to be wearing on the bike, and shoes, bike shoes, and a helmet. You got to have a helmet, and then we transition from there into the run part.
Yes. Sometimes we don't even change. We just do.
So now there's a weird kind of cardio world that we live in where everybody says, okay, well, I'll get my cardio from biking, and 40K is a nice distance for biking, and in particular this race. But there's a whole different set of muscles that you use when you're cycling, and then when you get off the cycle and you have to start running on pavement, there's a kind of a weird rubbery
like
leg feeling.
Jelly, or like your legs feel like lead. But
does that go away?
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's good news.
After a couple of times. So you would want to train a little bit beforehand or get a team.
Yeah. Tell me about your diet. How have you did you see that face? Japanese, I like rice with all my meals. What do you mean? Tell me a little bit about your meal structure these days. I don't know, maybe diet's a bad word, but
for the most part, I eat Boca Box. They're I'm grateful to be sponsored by them.
Okay, we can mention them. Yeah, they're right next to Moses in Agano. They moved over to that spot.
And they have a pretty new menu, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, and if you're looking for something healthy but filling, then I would recommend.
Most of the. Are you vegan?
No, I eat everything. I eat everything.
Omnivore.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever you put in front of me, if it looks healthy, I might put it. Eating clean, I think, is the word that we talk about when we're in that training mode, right?
Yeah. Well, I train a lot, so. And I know that I can't just get it through vegetables. So most days I'll have a cookie or chips.
All right. So you still there is still a degree of carbs that are left in your diet.
Yes, your typical junk food, right? I mean, I don't want to say junk food, but calorie dense.
But if you're working out a lot, I mean, you can bring in as many calories as you want to. You're still going to go into a deficit.
Yes.
Because as you pointed out, you've already done your run workout today.
Yes.
And when we're done here, you're going to swim.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, you just go, I'm working out more than I am eating. So you're going to always be in a calorie deficit state, which is going to end up being good for you. In your journey towards July here and the races up in Saipan,
yeah.
Are you at your goal weight?
Yeah, year round I'm pretty stable.
Yeah.
I'm around like 115 pounds year round,
and
plus or minus 3 pounds.
Right. So and always in shape. Now, there's a way that athletes will look at this kind of thing where you say, okay, well I want to be my goal races this year are going to be marathons or something like that. So how many marathons? How are we spreading them apart? And how do you maintain marathon level fitness in between all of these different events?
Yeah.
But you seem to be in competition like all the time.
No, there are a few.
Do you have lulls?
Weeks? Yeah, I do. I think it's just healthy to be more than what you're supposed to be at. Like your race weight is pretty low, and if I stay at my race weight for too long, I think I'm gonna get injured.
Okay.
So after a race, I'll try to indulge a little bit, and then go back to eating healthy or not as much junk food, and add 2 or 3 pounds, and then get
sorry,
back into it.
those burgers are good. I don't know if Boca Box has burgers, but down the street from there is a place called Stacks. They've got burgers.
Stacks and Moses. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, those are the spots. And you can get into some protein density there. It's also very easy to get into just other calories and carb density in places like that. Where else do you want to go? I mean, you've done traveling, you've done the Ironmans. Are there races that you've got on the horizon that you go, I'm just that close to getting there?
Yes, I do. So we're actually going for the Olympics.
What?
Or not going yet, but trying to qualify for the Olympics. There's never been a Pacific Islander that's gone to the Olympics for triathlon. And if I work hard enough, I think that we can get there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of racing in Korea, in China, in Australia. So hopefully by the end of the year, I can get to some races to get points.
It's not like you can just run a race and say, okay, and this was my time. I'm automatically qualified now for the Olympics.
Yeah,
you need to assemble
get points and be on like the top 180 in the ranking, and then.
Can you get points on Guam? Or there?
No, that's the hardest thing is you can't really race locally because there's no points.
So how bad has COVID set you back from that goal? Because there are not a whole lot of races that are on the schedule now, and there certainly haven't been a whole lot in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Well, the qualification period started last month. So I think it wasn't too bad of a setback, but then some races got canceled or postponed this year already. That was supposed to be like happening in the next 2 months. So I haven't gotten any points yet, and I think that's just key is I need to go to those races and get points.
And get the points for them. While you still have time, like anything else, there's they don't have age brackets in the Olympics. So you're at a certain age right now. I'm going to assume
Turning
early
30.
20s. What?
Turning 30.
Oh my God! Do you feel like the last 2 years? I mean, I know you've been working out and continuing the process here, but do you feel like you've lost a couple of years?
I do. I think I did because racing is so key for us athletes, and when there's no races.
I like the way she said that. Us athletes. Here, just remember that the next time you see me and my belly running in Teedson. She said us athletes.
No, but it's true. If there's no races, and that's one of the main reasons we do swimming, biking, or running is because of the races, right? You want to challenge yourself.
And that's my excuse. That's where they'll bring the conversation right back to where it started when we opened the mic 20 minutes ago. That's my excuse for having put on so much weight is we weren't doing 5Ks anymore. And I never understood it because, that's the healthiest thing that you can do. It's a day out in the sunshine early in the morning, waking up with your friends and, finish with the race. You come back, here's an orange, here's a banana, here's some clean water, and here's your T-shirt.
Sometimes some cookies.
Sometimes some cookies. My favorite ones are like the one at the Reef when they bring out, you know the one I'm talking about, where they bring the kitchen out. Fried rice. Yeah,
that's good. But, we ran for it. And
exactly.
It's not like we're indulging
But I didn't have the inspiration. I mean, I wasn't motivated to get out there and run. It's okay. I was trying. There was, I was doing, my repeats, and I was doing my hills and trying to keep my cardio where it was. But then you go, well, what's the point? And, it's just sleeping on Saturdays, sleeping on Sundays. I wasn't doing the long run. So, it was easy to go from 170 up to 190 some.
I wouldn't say it's an excuse. It was just reality, right? We didn't have anything to
See,
motivate,
that's another reason why I like her. She's forgiving. She's forgiving. No, because I mentioned that to one of our other running buddies, Jen. You know who I'm talking about. And Jen's like, excuse. What's next? What's your other excuse? So you couldn't find clean running shorts. Okay, what's the other excuse? Don't like the shoes. booze. Just whatever it was.
Yeah.
Was keeping me off the road. And now, so this is, I hope, the inspiring part of the program here. There are races now. The 5Ks are coming back. The triathlon, the federation, the cycling federation is very, very active. Eric and Real Joe are out there on the mountain bikes, are doing something out dangerous in the boondocks about every weekend, right? So yeah, we all took a couple of years off. We all put on a couple of pounds. Everybody did. Nobody's running as fast as they were before, except Peter Bloss.
Oh, he's a beast. I mean, he's on a whole nother level.
No. And I love Peter Bloss, but you see him at a race and you go, okay, that's it for me. I'm not even sure if I'm going to place this time around, because Peter, he runs faster than the guys in the Masters, the guys in the Open category. That guy can still do a 5K in 20 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, but it's...
And he's a grandmaster like me. We're 60 plus. Isn't another excuse? I don't want to race. I'm going to lose to Peter again.
No, now that the racing is back, there's no excuses, right?
Yep.
And it's motivating to, lose those extra pounds or get fit, get healthy, take a new sport, go mountain biking.
Oh, yeah.
So,
no, mountain bike is for crazy people. That's all there is.
I endoed. So,
you endoed? As in end over end?
I was going down this one drop, like right when you enter Channel 10, and I freaked out and braked, and I went over my bars. I posted that on my Instagram. If you want to see it, it's just so, oh no.
Real Joe, you've been there, right? I think we've all endoed at some point.
OTB, over the bars.
Over the bars, okay. Yeah, but it's a real thing, and
it's a panic.
It's a rite of passage. Yeah, because it's the first technical that you get to at that point. And you're going,
the brakes!
I'm going to hit the brakes, both of them hard at the same time.
Going downhill, yeah. I mean, it's not as bad being on the road. Well, being on the road, you don't really do that because there's no rocks and everything all over the place.
We hope, yeah. But when you're up in the now, and the whole reason to do all this, 931, the whole reason why you want to do this is because there are spots, and especially up around Channel 10 and Nimitz area, there are spots there when you hit them, you feel like you're mountain biking. Oh, look at me, I'm going at speed in the red dirt in Nimitz Hill, and I got the wind in my hair. I can feel it through the helmet. Look at me, mommy. I am mountain biking. Yes, and then you hit something on the trail where there's a very, very specific way that you go down, and it is about a nothing of an inch wider than your tire. And that's where you've got to really learn the skills, the controls that you've got to have to be able to navigate some of those things. And I learned painfully that I don't have those skills.
Me too.
Yeah, so I'm happy. I just run on the road. That's what I will do. But I got to admit, I did like wearing those shorts with the extra padding on your butt. Isn't that your favorite part?
No, it makes me feel weird.
9:32. Well, let me. I'll end the conversation with this. Okay, I will say that was my least favorite thing about doing any cycling, even on the road, was you get saddle sore. Yeah. What's the resolution of that? What's the workaround?
Put like Vaseline down there, and then hope for the best. And get good shorts.
9:32 in the morning, and the shorts of choice are from the Zoot Company.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure we get the sponsor mentioned. And I want to thank Current Guam for having Manami come into the studio and checking us out. Yes, was there more that you wanted to add?
Just that there's a very important event on July 10th, and you can sign up at guamtime.net. But also, can I just add one more thing? There's a kids race too in August. In EPAL.
Is it triathlon?
It's a triathlon for the kids.
Little kids.
Yes, that's on August 21st.
Didn't they used to do a Coco Kids race?
They did. So, it's unfortunate that, COVID happened and they took out all the kids races, like the kids running races, kids cycling races. So Guam Triathlon Federation is really trying to push to bring kids racing back. So this is why we're having a kids-specific race.
And it'll be a triathlon.
It's a triathlon for the kids. It's very safe. We're not going to, go crazy deep or anything. There's going to be us triathlete adults that'll be there, facilitating the event.
Oh, that's cool.
And some of the kids will ride on the grass, like the 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. They can ride on the grass, and Yeah, it'll be a cool event.
Get them to fall in love with the sports. If you are already sports-minded in the house, something else to take the kids to. It's the reason why many 5Ks also are coming with companion 2K races to get the kids into the habit of being with good, healthy habits like running and swimming and cycling. You don't have to do all three if you don't want to. But this is the part here, and I'm going to go back to the points that have been made by the folks over at the Department of Public Health, CDC, WHO, FDA, is a lot of the victims of COVID-19 were folks that were leading a sedentary lifestyle and found, it's whatever, just we're not getting into calorie deficits, weren't getting close to it. They had diabetes. That and the respiratory issues that come along with COVID-19 were, for many people, a death sentence. And the truth is, 90% of the things that people were dying with COVID-19 with are preventable. Yeah. They're preventable. Diet and exercise, unfortunately, a couple of dirty words for people, but you would be surprised how quickly you can put those things into your lifestyle. And it's happening every day. Today, at about 4:30, 5 o'clock, there's going to be boatloads of people getting out of cars in Tiedzen, and they're going to walk around. And that, just the act of walking can help save your life. I'll get you some details and actual numbers on that before this program is done. But, I want to thank you very much for coming in. It's so great to see you and in the studio, and even more fun to see you on the roads. She is not your typical road running trainer. She's not one of those people that it's all about Marine Corps driver. It's all about Tumon. It's all about Tiedzen. I've seen you running in some of the most offbeat running places of all time, like in the Village. Roy T. Damien Street. I'm watching you run there with the dogs and everything. Isn't that? I don't know why.
I don't know.
It's
I just end up there.
Just kind of hooked on it. 9:35. Let your feet do the walking. Ray Gibson Show continues after these messages. It's selfie time.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby.
22 from 10 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. Are we working till 10? Is that the object of the game? Is that the goal, the desire, the dream is to make it till 10 o'clock in the morning? All right, Groovy, 9:37. Stuff on the table of contents that I haven't gotten to because I've been distracted. We've got new airlines. Talked about that a little bit. It is Mariana's Southern Express, and they will begin flying sometime in July, maybe even timed for the different events. Maybe we'll bring in some runners and triathletes from the NMI to come down and compete in this competition. It wouldn't surprise me, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did very, very well. I tell you what, there was a time in my life where I was not just marathon ready, but I was doing multiple marathons in a month. There was a time, I don't know if the calendars conspire to do that anymore, where you could run a marathon on Guam, then go to Saipan and run the MVA marathon up there, and then come back to Guam and run another marathon. And I did that a couple of times, and I got to tell you, I'm confident in saying I don't think I've ever run a harder marathon than the one that I ran in Saipan twice. Grueling. And they start late, comparatively late in the morning. So by the time you're halfway done, the sun is up. And if you've been in Saipan, you know that they've got a little bit more of an aggressive sunshine in Saipan when it gets to be marathon time. 9:38 in the morning, but I did want to let you know about the last thing that she said was, I give you permission to walk a little bit of the route. If you want to be in that race, Real Joe can do the cycling, and I will do the running part, and we'll find somebody to do the swim part, right?
Yeah, Aquaman.
Do we know anybody?
I don't know who can swim.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, they can swim fast. That's the truth. It's 1,500 meters. So for some people, just being able to make it through that would be the gruel. No, I don't need you to survive this. I need you to come in at a fast pace so that you can hit the road, do your 40 kilometers fast, and then get it so that I can do my 6 miles while it's still relatively cool.
Yeah, so we need a pro then, man.
Exactly.
We need like a Dr. Lombard or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, him.
Could you imagine him teaming up with us?
He's skinny and handsome, right? And
that would be nuts. We would still win.
Last time I saw him, he was I want to say he was pushing a stroller in a race. 10-minute power walks every day could be the secret to long life. So you're listening and going, yeah, it sounds hard. There's running and cycling and swimming. It sounds sweaty. It sounds hot. Can I just go at a very slower pace? Yes, you can. 10-minute power walk every day could be the secret to a long life. A recent study of nearly 5,000 older adults found that deaths fell as physical activity increased. Now, you're going to say, this is a no-brainer, isn't it? Yeah, it's a no-brainer, but it bears repeating every once in a while. Just 10, 20, or 30 minutes extra exercise a day per day reduced annual mortality rates by 7, 13, and 17%, respectively. The research, based on Americans aged between 40 and 85, that's all of you who wore accelerometers on their wrists for a week. So obviously, it's like managing anything. You need data, and the best way to get the data is on some kind of a smart device. And they got them all over the place. And they used to be expensive, but they aren't anymore. I got a Garmin. I think this cost me maybe $60. In comparison to the first Garmin that I ever bought, which was like $300, and you go, man, I better start winning a lot of races if I'm going to invest in that kind of technology. But the technology, accelerometers, even with GPS, is so much cheaper now. 9:41, Ken LG's back online. Good morning. The other Governor, Leon Guerrero.
Yes, I enjoyed your interviews with influencers this morning.
Yeah.
And, I just had some observations to make based on that. Number one, I'm sitting here parked where Department of Public Works had a groundbreaking for the repaving of Route 5, a $12 million.
That's your hood, bro. That's your hood. That was from around the Payless area? Yeah.
Yeah. And then they had the groundbreaking on our property. I don't begrudge them that. But could they have picked up their trash? There's about 30 plastic bottles that weren't here yesterday morning, and a couple of soda cans and a bunch of rubbish left over from the groundbreaking ceremony. So, I mean, we're talking about government of Guam taking the lead and bringing our tourists back. You think they'd set an example themselves when they do things like this? I mean, they have
As you would think.
Department. Yeah, you would think, but you'd be wrong. And also, I know they're not going to take them to EPAL Park because, the beach park there, they've got the bathrooms closed and locked, and the place smells like a benjo ditch. And as someone who lived in Japan, I know what a benjo ditch smells like.
Yeah, benjo is the unsophisticated word for lavatory.
Open sewage line.
Yep.
So, and this is something else. I keep waiting for the announcements that they're closing EPAL Beach Park, because if they're going to close the Paseo because of a fight and a little altercation there, the other day I'd say about a week and a half ago, I discovered one of the best places to get signatures on petitions is EPAL Beach Park between 11:30 and 1, because you have a lot of people who work in businesses along EPAL Road and in Tumon at the hospital that take their lunches down at EPAL Park. So while I was down there hanging around collecting signatures,
I am one of those people. From time to time, I'll swing by Burger King and grab a Whopper and then just go sit and watch the passing parade of just people that will go and hang out over at Epal Beach Park. I'm with you.
Yeah, so the last time I was down there collecting signatures, somebody drank the last beer of a cooler at one of those little pavilions there, and the other guy one of the guys at this pavilion went nuts and took out, those, what are they called?
Nunchucks.
No, not nunchucks.
Throwing
These are
stars.
the long barbecue prongs, the real long ones,
Oh.
For turning over steaks and stuff. So he took out this and started beating the guy with the prongs and started chasing him around in the park. And since they're both drunk, it was kind of funny to watch them trip over blades of grass and get up and continue to chase
Was
each
this
other.
before 5? Was this between 8 and 5? Because, according to what I've been told, that's when the park rangers are working. That's when their schedule is, and there might only be 2 of them. So, but you probably only need one. Where were they? Did they not have VSOs down there?
Nope. And this was, about 12:30, 1:15, right there behind the Guam Visitor Bureau's office with the locked bathrooms, So we know that they're not going to take the influencers down to Epal Park, because what if they have to go to the bathroom? I mean, I've been down there and seen Japanese tourists have 3 people holding a towel while someone's using the bathroom in a circle of towels,
Yeah, I wish I could we could do better down there. I got a note from a note to Carl that says that for whatever reason, because it seems to me that somebody was supposed to have adopted that facility to make sure that there's toilet paper and the place is reasonably clean. Every time I have been there, though, it has been open. So I don't know. I can't explain away why you're having that problem.
Well, I'm there midweek. And it was around 11:30, 12:15 when I first got there, and it was the gates were locked on the bathroom.
Yeah, sorry about that, Ken. Well, I'll see what I can find out.
Anyway, I just wanted to talk that here we have an island beautification task force. We're going through great effort, and Uncle Carl's doing his best to bring tourists here. And it turns out that one of the biggest violators of public rubbish on our visible roads is in Guam. Just saying, maybe somebody in the governor's office will hear this and feel a call to action, especially since Josh Tenorio is in charge of beautification task force. He's probably looking for ways to offset all the bad press he's getting for their latest efforts at the UN to free us from the tyranny of the U.S. dollar and taxpayer forcing us to accept money.
Well, there's going to be a big pride wave today at 3:30. If you want to find out, probably over at the ITC building, opportunity to find out, what the real priorities of the lieutenant governor's office is.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be doing my little review on my point of view today at noon on Candid. I'm sure that this subject is going to pop up on it.
All right. Well, good luck to you, buddy. You have a terrific rest of the day. No frowny face tomorrow. Get the frowny face out of your system today. It's Thursday, and that means no frowny faces on Friday. Got it?
Got it.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Ken LG, obviously with a couple of observations around here. I've made those observations before, and probably need to do it all the time. But this town needs a top-to-bottom scrubbing out and spring cleaning, if you will, of the island. Now, I'll tell you where we don't need it. We don't need it in many of the southern villages. Was down in where was I? Down Malolo area. And they had the fiesta a couple of weeks ago. I was doing some running around there and some hiking down there. And I got to tell you, every house that I passed by, manicured. It wasn't just somebody out there, just a lawnmower and all of that stuff. These guys, I mean, the place, they were getting ready for the fiesta, obviously, but the town just looked absolutely fantastic. A lot of houses out there. Man. Yes. And unfortunately, not everybody is as proud of their house or their neighborhood. And in those cases, I think sometimes it's up to the mayors to, step up a little bit more and get a little bit aggressive with these guys and say, look, it ain't like the old days around here. We'd rather that you didn't have every vehicle that you've ever owned zoned going back to the Carter administration on blocks in the front of the house. And if you're, got a lot of junk in the yard. There's a house not too far away from where mine is. And then I passed by to see, what new junk there is there. And I'm not sure what's going on, but it seems that the guy's place is like a magnet for things. It's never the same toy. I know what Real Joe's going, yeah, that's because he's a fence. He's giving people money so that they can go and buy drugs from stuff that they sell. Maybe he's just one of those guys, kind of a hoarder. And you see junk on the side of the road somewhere, as I do.
Sanford and Son kind of dude.
Yep. I might one of these days tell you about one of the things that I'm up to. I found the frame of a table.
Oh no!
Yeah, I found the frame of a table. This is useless without pictures, so maybe I'll save the conversation for tomorrow. I'll put it this way: the frame of the table now is at my house. And I said, you know what? Maybe I just need to put a woods on top of that. So
that's going to become something for you.
Yeah,
huh?
I went scavenging. I'm not going to say where. And I found a piece of wood, nice piece of plywood. It might have come from somebody's campaign sign. I'm not going to say it did, but I'm not going to say it didn't. And I was able to, with my saw, cut it into the appropriate dimensions, and now that frame of a table has a top. And I also have, and this is another one of these places where everybody else in my family would have said, just throw it away. Throw it out. That's all you got to do is put it in a bag and leave it in the curb, and the guy from the GSWA will come by and take it away, and you'll never have to worry about seeing it again. But I can't. So in the backyard of the house, somebody at some point took some old tile off of a wall. Looks like it's enough there to have come out of a bathroom or a kitchen, and just kind of left it there in the dirt of the house. So as I'm going through the house, the refurbing and everything, I'm finding all of this stuff in the hundreds, and it's old kind of antique 70s style. It's a very flourishy kind of tile. And I'm looking at that and I'm going, I'm not throwing this out. And so I've got literally hundreds of these little tiles, and they go together in a pattern. It's really quite beautiful. And so that's going to be the top of the table frame that I've got. Maybe I will put some pictures up here. I'm just trying to talk and look at pictures at the same time. And frankly, I'm going to get distracted because the most recent pictures in my phone are pictures of Roxy models and Manami Jima Martin. 9:51 in the morning. 888-825-888-TALK. Couple of things that are worth noting here. Businesses went away during COVID-19, and there were places that I like to go eat. And unfortunately, some of them are not going to come back. I'd kill for a pizza from Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
Right? Just, what did they have? Like a flavor? They had two. There was cheese pizza and pepperoni pizzas, right?
Yeah.
That was all you got. I don't think they did any other kinds of pizza over at Chuck E. Cheese. Have that with a soft drink and watch the kids running around and playing. That was a slice of heaven. I don't know if we're ever going to get that back. And then there's Little Pika's down in Tumon. That was one of my favorite places. Me and Charlie Hermosa would go hang out there on Sunday mornings, right? He just kind of call up and say, hey, we're going down to little and invariably I'd get there first and have to be the guy that signed up for the table. But it was always worth it because the food was exceptional. Service was sweet.
Times Square, right?
Yeah, right there in the corner. You got TGI Fridays
People
over here
and
Little
right.
Pika's. Apparently they're open again. Apparently, they've opened up again, and there's a blurb about it in a newspaper. So maybe there's going to be a Sunday morning about 11 o'clock after I'm all done and getting cleaned up for the day. Go there, have breakfast, and then go back to the car.
Oh, yeah.
Get my beach clothes on and go find a plot of sand out there in front of the ocean to do all of that stuff. I do want to also point something out here. You'll need to either have a newspaper in front of you or be able to see it up on the screen. You see what this is, Joe? On the back of today's Guam Daily Post. I think they had one in the back of the Post yesterday as well. This is an interesting phenomenon, is it not, Real Joe? Where you've got graduation pictures of kids in like a diorama form.
Yeah.
Where they stage all of that stuff out. So today's paper.
Did you have one of those, Ray, when you were?
What? No, No, there was none of that. With the same graduation picture in 1980, and except for the haircuts, look exactly like the graduating pictures from Father Duenas in 1956.
That's the norm now, man. And photographers are
Oh,
making
my
bank
God.
off that.
Gotta be. So here's a picture, and back page is Mark Imazu, graduate of John F. Kennedy High School. Congratulations, by the way. They had their graduation yesterday, right? And Harvey Egner's daughter graduated from JFK. Shea scholars continue to thrive, and Mark Imazu has got it all set up. And I don't. This is not something that he just threw together like day before yesterday, right? For the picture, he didn't go, oh, I think I'm going to do one of these things. If Mark is like, well, virtually everybody in his age group. If Mark is anything like my daughter, he's been planning this since the 9th grade. He's been planning since the 9th grade. What is my graduation picture going to look like?
Goals.
What uniform am I going to have in there? It'll be the volleyball uniform and the soccer uniform and running clothes and all of the and it'll have all of my trophies, and instruments that I played in the thing, all of this stuff. I'm literally my daughter. I remember the conversation. I said, just about to start going to school at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam, and I said, I said, are you excited? She's like, oh my God, I'm super excited. I said, well, it's the most exciting thing, and she was wearing the big, 40-pound Doc Marten shoes that they make the girls wear there. I said, no, Dad, I'm looking forward to planning my graduation picture. I'm wondering what will be in that set. And she's got, athlete stripes in her and has played a variety of sports and things like that. And imagine how much tougher it is for kids that are graduating now and maybe in the next year or two is they haven't had all of these. Yeah. I wanted to wear a football uniform, but we didn't have a season this year. It sucked. I wanted a basketball uniform for my graduation photo. I couldn't play basketball. I didn't have any games. It sucked. So you got those kinds of things. And so how do you what, like in a team situation? So do we all share the trophy? Everybody get the same trophies? We're all going to take pictures on the same day, and one guy's going to bring the trophy for our championship if we got something like that. But I think it's an interesting phenomenon. And yeah, there's a part of me that is a little bit jelly about all of that. But I don't know. Even if we did have it at the time, I wonder out loud to myself what my senior diorama would look like. What do you remember? I mean, what were you like a thing for you in high school? Did you do anything?
Barely made it out, man.
I know, same
barely
thing,
graduated.
Right? I was on the tennis team in my sophomore year, and I ran a little bit of track in my senior year. I was forced to be in ROTC in my senior. It was
That's
one of those,
a Navy Junior ROTC.
Yeah, Navy
right
Junior ROTC over at Father Duenas. And you're going to say, what do you mean you were forced to do that? What, your dad? Your dad was in the Navy? Did he make you join?
Judge Abati made you do it.
No, along those lines, very, very close to the story. I'm not going to tell you why I was in the principal's office, only that I was in the principal's office, and I was given an ultimatum. I was either to take a language course or ROTC or consider finishing school at John F. Kennedy High School. Notice I said JFK and not any of the other schools, because if I'd have gone to GCC, which was at the time had a scary name, Votech, or GW, and I'd already been chased around the campus at GW by the guys. I thought, maybe, it would end up being JFK. And I didn't want to go to JFK. Not hating. It's just that, I already had a couple of friends there.
Girlfriends. You didn't want to run into again.
Kind of, sort of. And so there was that, and I didn't want to take a language class because I know how I am at languages, and so the path of least action was to join ROTC. And so you got to imagine a mouthy, kind of a pain in the butt senior with senior privileges being directed to march and wear the hat right and all of this other stuff by ROTC guys that, I, with the exception of a couple of other seniors that were in there, were underclassmen. We're sophomores and juniors.
They outranked you.
Yeah. But I made it clear who was in charge. I made it clear who the boss was. Menging, Man, all I needed was my machete, bud. I could have taken those guys down over at the Paseo. All right. So where do we get to go here in the last couple of minutes of the program? I probably need to take a break, right? Will it be long enough to go to the top of the hour, do you suppose? Oh, just a minute. Okay, just a quick break, and then we'll close things up.
Parents, take advantage of FHP Health Center's Back to School Early Bird Special. Before summer gets too busy, make an appointment now to update your child's immunizations, PPD skin tests, and sports physicals. Call FHP Pediatrics. Most insurance plans accepted, including TRICARE, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. Call for an appointment. 671-646-5825. Press 1. Go to FHPGuam.com for more information. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Look at the smiles. Luckiest man alive. Best job ever, ladies and gentlemen. On screen is me and my Roxy models. We'll leave you with this last note here, and thanks for the guys for sending this out. I think I got a copy of it from James Howard. Also got it from the Neighborhood Watch guys. The DOC escapee Umalap has been captured. Escapee Soy Ken remains at large. I think there's a
It's in time for lunch.
Yeah. So listen, if you see the guy, be on the lookout for them. The cops are saying do not approach. Contact GPD if you see the guy, and he's not hard to spot because he's got this hair thing going on. He got the cheap version of the hair dye. But you know, for some guys, it's a look that works. It just doesn't work for me or for Real Joe, as a matter of fact. Look, it's 10 already. KUSG got you 93.3. We are The Point, and it's time for Fox News Live. More on the Depp Heard trial, I'm sure.
This is a Fox News alert. A deadly shooting in Oklahoma. I'm Lisa Lacera. Police in Tulsa say 4 people are dead, including the shooter, and multiple people are injured after a man opened fire at a medical building on a hospital campus. This man lives around the corner.
It's intense. A lot of intensity going on. Craziness. It's a little bit of chaos, but Tulsa PD and everybody else involved has everything on lockdown, under control. It really makes me feel safe.
The campus of St. Francis Hospital was on lockdown as police go through making sure there were no additional threats. ATF agents are also on the scene. The school district chief in Uvalde, Texas, says he is still cooperating with authorities as they investigate last month's school shooting that killed 19 students and 2 teachers, despite claims from state law enforcement that he has stopped. Chief Pete Arredondo says he's been on the phone with them every day. Days after the shooting, it was revealed officers waited outside while the suspect barricaded himself inside Romb Elementary School as children frantically called 911. The 18-year-old accused in last month's shooting at Buffalo, New York supermarket has been indicted by a grand jury. Peyton Gendron was already charged with murder and has pled not guilty.
Gendron is now additionally charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder, 10 counts of second-degree murder as a hate crime, 3 counts of attempted murder, criminal possession of a weapon, and with a domestic act of terrorism motivated by hate in the first degree. The indictment says the defendant committed this crime because of the perceived race or color of his victims.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The Biden administration says it will forgive all remaining federal student debt for former students of the for-profit Corinthian